We will now begin the second session, which is on non-governmental stakeholders in anti-corruption. We are honored to be joined by our moderator and 5 distinguished speakers. They will zoom in on the monitoring and researching roles of the civil society and media. Now, as you might have already seen in the booklets, the original moderator for this session was supposed to be Mr. Derek Mitchell, President of the National Democratic Institute. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he is not able to join us this afternoon. But fortunately, Dr. Kim Ji-yoon was gracious enough to step up as our new moderator despite the short notice. And for that, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to extend our sincerest gratitude to Dr. Kim Ji-yoon. Dr. Kim is a senior research fellow of the Institute of Democracy and Education and has in the past worked for several notable media outlets, interviewing various figures, including the former US President Barack Obama and H.R. McMaster, the former US National Security Advisor, among others. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kim to take over the floor.
Good afternoon, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I first of all welcome you all to the Second Summit for Democracy Indo-Pacific Regional Meeting. I'm moderator, and my name is Ji-yoon Kim, and happy replacement. I'm going to moderate the second session, the non-governmental stakeholders in anti-corruption. As many of the Indo-Pacific countries are striving for the economic growth, there are voices coming out that we have to strengthen the democracy because it is vital for the sustainable economic growth. One of the most important elements for democracies are transparency and openness, because transparent and open society result in the trust among the citizens and also keep the society working hard on sustainable development, not just economically, but also politically. For that reason, countering corruption is the most critical task to protect democracy. And we are here to discuss what can be done from the civil societies to achieve this goal. And I believe we have perfect speakers on stage today to give an answer to the question. So let me introduce our speakers. It's just my honor, and I'm very proud to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Maria Ressa, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. She's been a journalist for more than 35 years, and as a co-founder, she is leading the digital media company, Rappler, which continues to fight against oppressive regimes. She won Nobel Peace Prize in 2021 in recognition of her, quote, efforts to safeguard freedom of expression, which is a precondition for democracy and lasting peace, unquote. I very much look forward to hearing her story about fighting against corruption. Next, we have Ms. Arianne Kassman from Transparency International. Ms. Kassman is a CEO of Transparency International, Papua New Guinea. She's been working in anti-corruption for more than a decade and observing national parliamentary elections, establishing independent commission against corruption, and giving legal guidance for those who are in need. Ms. Kassman will introduce some importance of having legal groundwork for whistleblowers for the transparent societies. Now we have Mr. Veerawit Tianchainan. Mr. Tianchainan is a human rights advocate with more than 20 years of experiences. He has worked with the UN High Commission for Refugees, and he was also appointed in various positions by Thai government in agencies and human rights and the civil societies. And he is the chief of party of USAID-funded Mekong for the Future at WWF. And he will tell us how to deal with the environmental issues that are closely related to governance. And we have Mr. Kengo Nishigaki. Mr. Nishigaki is a lawyer who has a license of both Japan and New York. So double income, how nice. And he's the representative partner of GINT Law Office in Tokyo, where he particularly works on investigations of Japanese and foreign companies' compliance with anti-corruption laws in the United States and United Kingdom and Japan. And he's one of the founding members of Anti-Bribery Committee of Japan, and he will tell us about the bribery issues of companies. Last but not least, we have Ms. Siti Juliantari Rachman. Ms. Rachman is an active anti-corruption advocate, and she's been working with Indonesia Corruption Watch since 2012. Closely working with the local and national journalists, she's been leading public campaign and participating transparency networks such as the Open Government Partnership and Freedom of Information Network Indonesia. And today, she will tell us about interesting stories about democracy at platform. Without further ado, let's start the session. So please welcome our keynote speaker, the Honorable Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Ms. Maria Ressa, with warm applause.
Thank you so much. It is post-lunch, so I hope to shock you just a little bit, so it'll get us all moving. You would expect me to talk about stories we've done about corruption, but I think I want to first lay out, there are 3 points that I want to cover in the 8 minutes I have. The first is really, for us in the region to realize that we have taken some of the worst rankings in terms of democracy than any parts of the world. So the first is in Asia Pacific, how are we doing? What is the context today? The second is going to be, how did we get here? And you'll see that I believe that the deepest corruption that we have yet to discuss is actually the corruption of our information ecosystem. Because if you have that, everything else deteriorates. It's a cascading failure. The third one is what are we going to do about it? Okay, so in terms of the Nobel lecture in 2021, I actually talked about how an atom bomb exploded in our information ecosystem. And I asked for global structures, new global structures to do this. In the last panel, you heard from the founder of Transparency International how the UN is now moving into a new emergency crisis and how corruption, it hits every one of the Sustainable Development Goals. I'll posit that information hits every one of the sustainable goals, and it is impossible to actually solve any of those problems if the corruption in our information ecosystem stays this way. Let's talk about the state of democracy. This is VDEM from Sweden, University of Gothenburg. 72% of the world today lives under autocratic rule, right? That's up just last year from 60%. So it is accelerating the shift to autocratic rule. And the quality of democracy globally has rolled back to 1986 levels. That's a really important year for the Philippines. People power happened there. A year later here in Korea, you had your own people power. It triggered a people power kind of cascade globally, right? The shift to democracy. But so we are back to 1986 levels, erasing the last 35 years. But in Asia Pacific, we've gone back to 1978 levels. Right, so we're further back. I think it's not a coincidence also, by the way, that the last time a journalist won the Nobel Prize was 35 years ago. So that 35 really keeps coming up. And when I accepted it, I said, I'm lucky. Dmitry Muratov and I were lucky because we were in Oslo, but Karl von Ossietzky had languished in a Nazi concentration camp. We are, in a way, repeating history, and some things are the same. Fear, anger, hate, tribalism, us against them, leading to autocratic rule, right? Okay, that's to nicely, hopefully not depress you, but to set the scene. What do I mean by all of this being triggered by the corruption of our information ecosystem? In the old world, journalists had a mission, a set of standards and ethics. We hold power to account. We were a proxy to the people. I became a journalist because I knew that information is power, right? You cannot have rule of law if you don't have information, if you don't have facts. And in my career, I watched the pendulum swing. I started in 1986. This is my 37th year as a journalist. I watched that pendulum swing from people power, watched countries in Asia shift from autocratic one-man rule to democracy, and then at the tail end of my career, well, hopefully not yet, President Duterte in the Philippines was elected in 2016, the year that the political dominoes began to fall when information operations on social media enabled by technology began in 2014, right? And this is where it will connect to politics, because information, corruption, all of these are connected. The information, so what happened? Let me lay that out. In 2014, the gatekeepers changed. It went from journalist to technology. And technology abdicated responsibility for our information ecosystem. Three things happened. This is an MIT study from 2018 that showed that on these social media platforms, when technology took over as the gatekeepers, they decided that lies would spread faster than facts, right? Remember what the minister of Tuvalu said? He said that, you know, the seed of corruption begins in your thoughts, right? So it connects to your values. Oh gosh, I have 3 minutes left. Oh my Lord. Okay, well, let's just say that, right? If the world is upside down, because it's almost like you had your child and you told your child, lie, I'll reward you. Lie all the time. I will keep rewarding you. I keep saying we're in the Netflix upside down world of Stranger Things. Everything is deceptively familiar, but you have to look at it differently because the world has fundamentally changed. When you reward lies, you reward liars. When you don't have facts, because a lie told 1,000,000 times becomes a fact, lies then rule, right? So we are electing illiberal leaders democratically. They are crumbling institutions of democracy from within, and they don't stay in their countries. They ally globally. And this is what we've seen, say, for example, in Belarus. Would Belarus be a democracy without Russia's help? Here's the last part, which is surveillance capitalism. Social media, which now connects all of us, has become a behavior modification system. These algorithms, and this is not a speech issue, a free speech issue, this is algorithms, data, and tech. The algorithms reward the spread of lies, reward inciting hate, inciting fear. It rewards the worst of human nature, making it very difficult for any government to govern. So how are we going to deal with this? Sorry, before that, I got to tell you about the impact, right? Personal, sociological, and then on our species. This literally is addictive. It went from 10 seconds when I was a reporter to now the attention span is less than 3 seconds. The attention span of a goldfish, right? So, okay, what are we going to do? Well, first, let me say what we are doing immediately. It's 3 phases, technology, journalism, and community. That is both Rappler and kind of the way we're trying to deal with this destruction, this creative destruction of our world. And let me just read this as an announcement from how we are trying to protect journalism, because Korea was also part of this. The International Fund for Public Interest Media is something I co-chair along with the former New York Times president, Mark Thompson. Our goal is to actually take journalism to a new paradigm of economic resilience. And let me read this for you. It's a global multilateral fund focused on Asia, Latin America, Africa, Eastern Europe, and you notice a little bit further away from the West, it's in the global South. We support individual media outlets and also innovations at an ecosystem level that can change the market structure for journalism. At the first Summit for Democracy a year ago, we got pledges from Presidents Biden, Macron, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, South Korea pledged. We've come a long way between summits because this is one of the ways that governments can help, because if you don't have journalists who are mission-driven to hold power to account, you cannot hold governments to account for corruption, right? We raised $50 million in the last year, a coalition of 16 funders, including 7 governments and 9 corporate and philanthropic donors. So, I just want to say today we will release the inaugural cohort of 11 of our grantees. That's the first time. New money that is going to help fund independent media, to help hold power to account. I think the last thing I'll say, and I'm out of time, is why is this important and why am I here with civil society? Because journalists cannot do this alone. I don't think it's not a coincidence that journalists got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021. In 2022, it went to civil society. And what we did in the Philippines is, I hope, something you'll take a look at. It's looking like it may be rolled out in Indonesia soon, but we call it the Facts First PH Pyramid. 4 layers working together. Again, I really like the founder of Transparency International, because he said that, we're going to have to work with governments, with civil society, with legal authorities. The 4 layers of the pyramid are, the bottom layer are journalists, 16 news organizations working together doing fact checks. They're really boring. They don't spread on social media, which is why the second layer, it's called the mesh, is civil society. 114 groups, including the church, including business, whose task every day is to spread those boring fact checks, but they add emotion. And here's the upside. We found that inspiration spreads as fast as anger. Third layer are the academic institutions that were doing disinformation research, except we push them to move at a faster pace than academics like working at. We push them to come out. 6 academic organizations working on disinformation, coming out before they get peer-reviewed, but coming out to tell our people every week in the 3 months before elections who was being manipulated. And the last layer is law, the law. Legal groups that came together that in 3 months filed 20 cases to protect the 4-layer pyramid. It is an influencer marketing campaign for facts, because here's how we solve the problem. In the long term, it's education. In the medium term, it's legislation. But in the short term, right now, it is just us. We need you in the battle to fight this corruption in our information ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ressa. By the way, it's not me pressuring you, it's the clock over there. Okay. Right. Okay, our next speaker, Ms. Arianne Kassman.
Thank you. Again, hard to follow such an inspirational key message shared by Maria. Thank you so much for that. I think the opportunity to share new ideas, new ways of thinking or doing things may often seem like it's a challenge, to challenge the status quo, really. But it is necessary. Corruption knows no boundaries. It cuts across our borders, it cuts across our oceans, it affects all of us. For smaller islands and for smaller economies, and we heard this from our ministers this morning as well, particularly in the Pacific, the impact is felt on the impact that's felt on the ground can be devastating. Just by way of background, Transparency International Papua New Guinea is a chapter of Transparency International, one of 5 chapters in the Pacific, sharing one global vision: a world free, a world in which government, business, civil society, and the daily lives of people are free of corruption. Highlights of our work in Papua New Guinea include conducting domestic election observation, and we've done so in the last 3 national parliamentary elections, working with our government under UNCAC to establish the Independent Commission Against Corruption, something that took 24 years to do in Papua New Guinea, conducting ethics trainings for our national police force, and of course giving free legal advice to citizens who report corruption to our advocacy and legal advice centers. Now, our advocacy and legal advice centers is really a program that comes from our Global Transparency International Secretariat. So it would be important for me to just give some context for the region. From our research across the Indo-Pacific region, daily experience with corruption and bribery remains alarmingly high across. Nearly 1 in 5 citizens in Asia and 1 in 3 in the Pacific paid a bribe to access public services. The rate in PNG was higher at 54%. 1 in 7 in Asia and 1 in 4 in the Pacific were offered a bribe to vote a certain way during elections. Again, the rate is higher for PNG at 57%. For anti-corruption efforts to remain sustainable across the region, it is critical for citizens to counter and reject all forms of corruption. This often starts with individuals speaking out against corruption. Now, the rate of reporting corruption in the Pacific is unfortunately very low at 13%, and for Papua New Guinea it's 10%. And in Asia, majority of citizens, 54% in fact, think that if they report corruption, they will suffer retaliation. Only 42% of people in Asia think they can report corruption freely without consequences. So citizens must have access to safe and confidential reporting mechanisms, and governments must do more to ease citizens' fear of retaliation in reporting corruption. Often citizens are reluctant to speak out because they fear that society will treat them differently if they do so, or if there is no formal process in place that can protect them from any danger that could come as a result of them speaking out. Now, two things are essential for reporting of corruption: citizens' right to information and citizen protection as whistleblowers. Information is an essential tool to empower citizens to demand accountability from government and fight corruption. Again, less than half of the citizens in Asia that were surveyed recently are aware of their right to request information from government agencies and institutions. 11% of citizens used this right to request official documents from the government in the previous 12 months. When we take a closer look at the whistleblower protection, very few Pacific Island countries have standalone whistleblower protection legislation, and those that do, unfortunately, continue to face gaps. The whistleblower protection legislation for Papua New Guinea, for example, was developed in 2020 with very minimal consultations and has several limitations, such as placing the burden on whistleblowers with no protection of identity, and the ultimate arbiter being the head of agency in which the complaint takes place. There continues to be challenges with enforcement in the Pacific Island countries. In 2021, the UN Pacific Anti-Corruption Regional Project cited lack of a central agency in countries to coordinate and support various departments to implement whistleblower mechanisms. With small country populations, it was easy to identify whistleblowers as everyone knows each other, and it's very difficult for protection of whistleblowers. Also, there was very limited proactive public disclosure of standard information relevant for whistleblower reporting. So some may ask, what is TI doing? Many TI chapters in the region have been advocating for whistleblower protection in their countries and continue to do so: Australia, Maldives, New Zealand, Pakistan, and Solomon Islands, to name a few. For Papua New Guinea, closer to home, for TI-PNG, we are currently working with 5 state agencies to develop internal anti-corruption strategies because there is a gap in effective whistleblower legislation. Now, before I close, I just wanted to quickly draw attention to the Advocacy and Legal Advice Centers, or ALACs as we call them at TI. Through our ALACs, TI offers citizens advice and support when reporting a case of corruption. Our strong focus is on mobile outreach, which enables rural communities to voice their grievances and seek assistance. I want to end by quickly sharing 4 highlights, and I know I'm out of time, so I'm going to try and go through this quickly. First of all, in 2014, for Papua New Guinea, we found that the Lands Department had a lot of complaints against them through the complaints mechanism. And so we worked with the department to set up key information points and a complaints desk at the department to be able to facilitate the complaints that were coming through. In 2022, TI Pakistan, TI Sri Lanka, and Transparency Vanuatu raised awareness and promoted the use of right to information as a social accountability tool, resulting in about 160 right to information requests filled in by citizens across the 3 countries. Nepal, One case from a mobile ALAC in Nepal resulted in the placement of a citizen charter in a ward office. And for Sri Lanka, lack of regulation of the microfinance industry in Sri Lanka has enabled illegal operators to entrap thousands of women in Sri Lanka into unmanageable debt. Some operators take advantage of this debt to commit illegal acts, including abuse of women, children, and sextortion. So TI Sri Lanka is seeking to work with the national government to improve regulation of microfinance, including providing advice on policy development, reviewing the draft micro-edit regulatory law, and formally partnering with the Legal Aid Commission to assist victims. So I'll leave it at there, and happy to take any questions after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Arianne. So next we have Mr. Tianchainan, please.
Thank you. So I think instead of reading the notes that I prepare, I'll just do the conversation styles of speaking. So what we have seen since the morning is, I think the key is to address the challenges and the progress in the anti-corruption work. And we at the WWF, in partnership with the United States Aid and International Development, USAID, we have been looking at the issues of anti-corruption from the perspective of environmental corruptions. Because corruption comprises of a number of issues, but if we look at the environmental corruptions, this is something that is quite dear to our heart. And speaking from experience, as I work in the northern Thailand, which is the Golden Triangle areas, which is the border between Thailand, Myanmar, and Laos, we have seen that there are many villages and communities who have been affected by environmental degrading, negative impact projects that happen along the Mekong rivers. It destroyed biodiversity in the rivers, the life of people, and the livelihood of people who live alongside the Mekong River in all the 5 Mekong countries, which comprise of Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And those are the issues that are not only on the conceptual side or the policy level, but they actually have the implication in the practical level of day-to-day living of people. And we look at that issues of the corruption in the natural resource. And that has the impact not only for the current generation, but also for the future generations. And as the project is called Mekong for the Future, it's the future of the whole regions, the people and biodiversity in these regions that have been degraded significantly during the last decade. And we may not be able to live in the environment that we have nowadays. And if you came to Thailand now, you will see that our air quality index is top of the chart, the worst in the world. And that is also the issues of what happened when we are not dealing with corruption directly. And the diversities that we have in Greater Mekong countries and the diversities that we have in our people, we have seen that there are issues that require a lot of transparencies and also democratic governance to be able to tackle the issues at the root cause. And we have begun to see that there have been many environmental human rights defenders in the region who stood up, spoke up against the corruptions. Unfortunately and regrettably, some of them would disappear. And that is the issues that we need to face with. We talk about the safe space for the civil society. We talk about active participation of civil society in order to be able to do the check and balance in terms of the power. And if we see the power that we have in the issues related to the environment, to natural resources, corruption erodes that significantly. And if we are talking about democratizing of power, we need to talk about the access to information. People, civil society, community need to know what's going to happen in their area. And without the access to information, decisions are made among the small group of people who will decide on the fate of the future. And that is what we need to challenge. We have the law, we may have a really good law, but we need to have really good implementation as well. And in order to do that, we need to work on the issues that is not only within the national boundary anymore. If you're talking about the regions, there are issues of transnational, transboundary corruptions that need to be addressed. The investment have been flowing from one country to another and exploit the opportunities that is defined in the term of corruption, which is to abuse the power for personal gain. And in order to challenge that, we need to bring in more civil society to be actively participated in all the process that involve all the decision making that will have impact on the environment and natural resources. And with that, I would like to conclude in this round that if we would like to have thriving civil society, we need to work together with all the factors, or the parties, or the stakeholders, journalists, governments, private sectors, and for all of us to be able to join forces. And that is why WWF work together with Transparency International, Traffics, Basel Institutes, and form countering environmental corruptions practitioner forums, which comprise of over 250 conservationists and also governance people. We also work in different countries, and we can have example from like Nepal that we work together with the youth on the anti-corruption in the forest sectors. So with that, I would like to end on this round by saying that the civil society matter in anti-corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tianchainan. Now, I'd like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Kengo Nishigaki.
Hello, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm Kengo Nishigaki, a member of ABCJ. ABCJ stands for Anti-Bribery Committee of Japan, which is an NGO which consists of lawyers and academics fighting against corruption. We are focusing on not domestic corruption in Japan, but overseas corruption. Especially Japanese companies operating outside Japan often face corruption, unfortunately. For example, this is kind of a real story, but when the Japanese middle-aged employee like me, who has been managed Japanese factory, for example, for 20 years. Suddenly, I was asked to operate a factory, for example, in one of the Asian countries. And from day one, they see some corruption issue, like a bribery request. So they have not been trained to refuse corruption, because in Japan, there is no such day-to-day corruption. For them, that's the first time to face that kind of request. So our roles are to help such people. When we visited many foreign countries, and I can show you our slides. And for example, on the right-hand side, that's the opportunity when we visited the KPK. KPK is the most active anti-corruption legal enforcement agencies around the world. It's very active, and we got a dialogue with them. And on the left-hand side, it's an NACC, Thai government's anti-corruption agency. And when we visit such entities, we get the actual voice, how corrupt the countries are, and how they enforce their laws. And at the same time, we have many meetings with Japanese companies operating there. We usually ask very hard questions. Do you actually pay bribe? And their answers, yes. So they have to. And the next question we ask is, do you report corruption, bribery to the headquarters in Japan? The answer is no. one of them said to us that, so the headquarters, the compliance department, is like a soldier in the front line, being shot from backside. Yeah. So that's the perception among Japanese business people doing day-to-day work in less transparency countries in Asia, unfortunately. We do a lot of trainings for them, and for them it's kind of very hard to establish a robust compliance system. So we help them to do so by publishing our anti-bribery rule books and so on. So that's how we operate. And in addition to the dialogue with KPK and NSCC, we work with UN Global Compact. It has 10th principle anti-bribery, and we annually jointly conduct a forum, annual forum, just focusing on anti-bribery. And also, Japan has foreign anti-bribery law, but it has not been so rigorously enforced. In 20 years, only around 10 cases. So that's very limited. So we raise that kind of voice in Japan and against the government, and we cooperate with OECD when they conducts monitoring about their anti-bribery conventions enforcement in each member country, including Japan. That's where I am. That's a very brief introduction of myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kengo. So finally, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tari from Indonesia Corruption Watch, and civil society organization that works related to anti-corruption issues in Indonesia. So usually we have, I think, 3 or 4 activities related to the advocacy, research, education, and also public campaign to push for a better situation in Indonesia about anti-corruption. And today I want to share a bit of our works in a procurement sector. So as we know that the government, I think, around the world spend most of their budget for the procurement, but at the same time we also face that most corruption also happen in the procurement. In Indonesia, at least 60% of corruption cases related to the procurement. So what we did in 2010 with the purpose of helping public to how we can provide a platform that could help public to monitor the public procurement, then we set up a platform. We call it opentender.net. The platform is designed to provide public contracting information and its potential risks of fraud. Currently, we have, I think, 7 indicators to see how public contractings have a potential risk of fraud, not a corruption. And then we have, I think now we have so many data, including tender and also the direct procurement, and we also have the dashboard. But I think it's a good news story. When we go back to 2010, the government, they did not provide the data for public procurement. So at that time, what we did is we tried to collecting the money manually because we cannot crawling the data from the website. And then we collect from the 5 provinces in Indonesia that have most budget in procurement to show the government how the data of procurement can be useful for monitoring or even to, not just for the public, but also for the inspectorate to monitor the public procurement. And after a series of hearings and campaign in 2012, the National Public Procurement Agency, we call it LKPP in Indonesia, they provide us directly the data to be used to analyze. And I think it's a huge win, because until now we have a memorandum of understanding with them, and we actively publish the data and then training the journalists, civil society in a local, and also in the inspectorate, because we found out that this application and the dashboard also helpful for the local inspectorate to monitor the public procurement. And I just want to show how we use the data, and then we investigate the corruption related to the procurement in Indonesia. We also collaborate with the journalists. I agree with what Maria said, that we cannot work it alone. We need journalists to help us also to dig the information. So we have the data, and the journalists also, have the technical, and then they know how to make it more, easy to read for the public to know what's happened in Indonesia. And it also in a COVID-19 situation, we also tried the government to push to publish the emergency procurement, because in Indonesia we haven't had specific channel for any emergency procurement, not just related to the COVID. And we also try to use the provided channels, such as we also try to put it in open government partnership, in an action plan, and in a series of meetings. And now we have that dashboard, so the public can see how the government spend their money in emergency procurement. I know it's not perfect, but I think for the first step, it is a good one, because in the future we could monitor and know how they spend their money, especially in an emergency. And I think the challenge, I just want to mention it, I think also about the shrinking civic space, not just, there's good one, but we're also facing how the civil society have a attack. I mean, when we are publishing the data and the information, sometimes we'll also find that they sue us because of the defamation or something. So I think it is a thing that maybe we could discuss in the future, how we manage this situation, because we need to proactive in a country, in a government, but at the same time we also face the shrinking civic space. I think that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I think we had short lectures of how the civil society is doing to fight against the corruption in each their field. And I actually have a question to delve into a little bit further. First, Maria. So fake news, disinformation that have been at the center of the threatened democracy discourse, and you actually emphasize the importance of education. So, for the education that you emphasized, I think I read some articles about those smartest kids. Probably, I think the Stanford University is one of those most prestigious universities, and they were actually also flogged, right? So it was kind of an experiment how they can actually, I'm sorry about that, trick them. So they were actually, these smartest kids at the Stanford University actually were tricked by those disinformation and fake news. So is there any plan or any system that you think that will work to prevent this fake news and disinformation, from being prevalent?
Yeah, I think we haven't spent enough time looking at how this is insidiously manipulating, right? It isn't about how smart you are or how you fact check. I always compare fact checking to like taking water from a polluted river and then cleaning up the water and then dumping it back in the river. The pollution, which comes from the factory of lies, still continues. So smart kids, or actually the problem is, what impact is this technology having on our children today? You can go to more than 10,000 internal documents of Facebook that the whistleblower Frances Haugen released last year. And you can see that, for example, for teenagers, right, they have increased levels of depression. Young women on Instagram have increased eating disorders, increasing levels of sleeplessness. This is our next generation. They're essentially, the technology hacks our biology to incite fear, anger, hate, to make us believe lies, or actually it's not to make us believe, it is to spread lies. And then I would say the last one is, because we have ChatGPT coming out, and Korea's at the forefront of a lot of the technology, and you are using it, it can be used for good, but simultaneously, it is also now at the place where it has destroyed democracy, because no one can tell fact from fiction. So you have, the three sentences I say over and over again since 2016. If you have no facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these three, we have no shared reality. We cannot have democracy, let alone to have civil society hold power to account. We can use the technology to do like what happened in Indonesia. We can crowdsource, which is a campaign we did in Rappler in the Philippines for an anti-corruption campaign that actually worked with governments. The technology can be magical, but right now it is on the edge of evil. It's evil. let me, I know that's really, but the quick answer is, if you're a human being, there's no way you can evade it unless you become a hermit and have no Wi-Fi. If you're on the technology, if you're on these social media platforms, you are being insidiously manipulated.
So it seems like not just the content education, it's more important to make kids learn how to use it properly, I think.
Actually, more than use it properly, there has to be legislation in place, right?
Okay.
We're here, and there are building codes for this. We know it's not going to fall down around us. Drugs, they're tested before they're here. But you know what winds up happening on social media? The tech companies with impunity say, I'm going to A/B test. So it's like a drug company saying, that part of the audit of the hall, let's test A, drug A, and then this part, let's test drug B. Oh, the people in drug A died. Sorry. That's what's happening in our hearts and minds with this addictive technology.
I see. Well, thank you. Arianne, it's really impressive work that you've done on the whistleblower protection programs. And is other TI chapters in the Indo-Pacific area, they're also working on that. Could you elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, and I'll just use one example, and I think the State Minister for Maldives referenced the Whistleblower Act in his statement during the opening session. TI Maldives successfully advocated for the national whistleblower legislation. In 2016, the arrest of the whistleblower Ghazim Abdul Karim, after he released evidence of what turned out to be the biggest corruption scandal in the country's history, which also happened to involve the president, the vice president, MPs, and ministers, spurred the TI Maldives campaign to bring the issue to public limelight and advocate for whistleblower protection. So a law providing for whistleblowers is one of the recommendations that TI Maldives put forward to the new president before he took office in November 2018. And the president had committed to prioritizing whistleblower protection and submitted the whistleblower protection bill drafted by the chapter as a government-sponsored bill. Now this bill, as we heard this morning during the opening session, was enacted by Parliament on the 7th of October 2019. And there is a lot of information that you can find on this on the Transparency International website. But I thought it was important to highlight TI Maldives' work in this space following the statement made by the State Minister this morning.
Great, thank you so much. Mr. Tianchainan, Because it's environmental issues, for example, like the Mekong River, which runs through several countries and one of the longest rivers in the world, you probably, as you mentioned, you probably need a transnational cooperation on this issue. I suppose it's going to be much harder, and there might be some obstacles that we do not really expect. So could you please elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. As it's very point that the issue of the corruptions, which can be transboundaries, that require transboundary solution as well. So we may have laws on the anti-corruptions and implementations in each of the country, which may differ from one country to another. And that's the varieties of the solutions that we have. In order to be really effective, we need to be able to harmonize all of those anti-corruption law and practices, be able to link all of the legal law enforcement agencies on the anti-corruptions, data collection, evidence. As far as I know, there's have been really challenging in order to collect evidence that happened in another country and to be able to use in the legal system in the country where maybe the registered company is and the law that is governed in another country. So all of that will need to be resolved, and that cannot be the action of any party alone. Civil society would be able to play a role by contributing to share the information on what's really happened on the ground. Civil society would be able to be a part of the decision-making process. And when I say civil society, I think we have to take a human rights-based approach to anti-corruptions. We have to think about the anti-corruption as human rights, that we have the right to say, to have the freedom of speech, to have the access to information, and to be freedom from fear on any reprisals that would happen to speak up or to take action. And that requires regional cooperation, regional framework, which is something that this summit is part of that process to begin the dialogues on how we would be able to work together, not only one country, but regionally. And I think this is a very good step in that direction so that we would be able to be a part of this process all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kengo, it's quite surprising to see you in this panel stage because Japan is known as a very, very clean society, and you are the advocate of anti-corruption. So kind of surprised to hear that the bribery system is still working in there, and I was wondering how it's not been eradicated even in this advanced society.
Yeah, fortunately in Japan, we do not see corruption so often. For most of national citizens, we do not face corruption in our entire life. So that's we are very fortunate. But one of the reasons is that the Japanese judicial system is very clean and transparent. No judge ever received any bribery. So that's one of the best things about us. But in terms of political people who are politicians, they are, in many countries, they are corrupt, more or less. And that's the same in Japan. Sorry for mentioning that. But still, in Japan, it's very clean. Mm-hmm. So Japan is clean for many historic reasons. We are in the islandish country, and if we pay bribery, everyone would notice it very immediately. And we have a summer air for 300 years. The society is very stable. So that comes to very clean country culture, unfortunately. But what we have been focusing on is not Japanese corruption, but corruption outside Japan by Japanese companies, unfortunately. As I mentioned earlier, Japanese people do not get used to bribery requests. If they go outside, they are very surprised to see bribery over there. and they are not like immune to such a culture. So some of like our clients pay quite a number of money for many years. So I cannot say the number because that can be shocking. But if you operate a factory, for example, in one of the Asian countries, and if they pay 1 million for 20 years, so that could be a very significant amount, right? That's a lot of economic loss, and that harms the rule of law in such a country. And of course, those who pay such bribery can be subject to Japanese foreign bribery law, and also local laws as well. So that's why we have been focusing on foreign bribery, like the United States, which has been rigorously enforcing FCPA for Corrupt Practices Act. So that's why we have been supporting Japanese companies to tackle with such bribery around the world. So that's what we have been.
I see. I hope your efforts actually spread around the anti-corruption spirit around the world through the Japanese companies. So, Terry, actually, this is probably the root or source of the corruption, like procurement process that could be. And then you actually proposed the open contracting, and I wonder what kind of lessons that you have learned in person?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think at least I have 3 lessons learned for working to push for the open contracting with the government. The first one is, sometimes we need to align our interests with the government interests. So usually civil society, we just talk about, anti-corruption, we need to transparency for anti-corruption. But we need to look that the government not sees as an anti-corruption. They need to, if we open the data, will be more competitive market or efficiency or better for value for money. So this is the things that we talk with the government, not just talking anti-corruption. And then the second one, data quality and availability. We know it's a challenge. I think maybe every country has also find it a challenge. But still, even with the data quality, the poor data quality, I think when the data is available, the public can start to do something with the data. And the last one, I think civil society also could not just a watchdog. We also could be a collaborator. We can solve the problem together, not just watching or monitoring the government activity.
I see. I really like the idea that public can access the data, which is really the symbol of the openness. Okay, so I'd like to actually the question to the floor. So if there's any question, if there's anyone who would like to ask a question, please raise your hands. Yes? Professor Kang. But still, please identify yourself for the audience.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the very valuable, precious speech from every panelist. My name is Shinya Fujino. I'm an associate professor at Japanese University. I have a question to Mr. Tianchainan. Last year, I visited the small city called Mesot in Thailand, which is a small city which is close to the border between Thailand and Myanmar. And in this city, there are so many people escaping from Myanmar because of the bombing and the burning their houses. And I talked to some of the representatives of the small ethnic groups who are kind of the victims of those human rights abuses. And the biggest worries I heard from them was that the current situation, there is a very serious problem in Ukraine. And that is one of the most important international issues that has to be tackled. But because of that, the situation in Myanmar is kind of like losing the attention from the international society. But the Myanmar issue is one of the important issues that have to be tackled, especially in these Asian regions. But from the standpoint of the Japanese society, Japanese citizen, there is a kind of historical reason why the Japanese government cannot take the concrete action against the surrounding nation, especially in this kind of domestic issues. So there it comes the importance of the corporate society has to take some kind of actions against these kind of issues. So if you have any comments or suggestions for the international, multinational cooperation, especially Japanese cooperations, if there is any kinds of action that can support the situation in this region, I would like to really hear, and I'd like to convey your opinion to the Japanese corporate society after this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. That's actually very challenging situations that happen in the country of Myanmar. And I have been confirmed many times by the representative of the US government that the US government stands with the people of Burma. And that position is clear. And we are working together with the civil society from Burma in order to work together for the peaceful solutions, democratic one in Burma that should happen in the near future. So that, I think, is the official positions of the US government that have been confirmed many times. And the work that we have been doing with the WWF in partnership with the USAID, we have been working to support the work of the civil society in Burma and also those who are in Thailand as well. So those who are fleeing from armed conflicts, thanks to the loyal Thai government for providing humanitarian support. And in fact, as you mentioned, that the Japanese government, I know that we have been working together with JICA to provide support to those migrants and refugees who fled into Thailand. And that could be opportunity to further that collaborations and assistance by working with the Japanese company in Thailand and also with the Japanese government to support those who are in need. And that is all the preparations that we could be working together towards the peaceful solutions in Burma. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I pick up one more question over there? The lady.
Hi, my name is Barista Nakontap from Ashoka, Thailand. My question is for Maria Ressa. First of all, although I don't directly work with Rappler, but I believe our country office in the Philippines work with you a lot, so thank you for continuing to be a great partner in collaborating for positive impact. I think one of the things that you said that has a lot of impact on me is when you said the seeds of corruption begins in your thoughts. So it leads me to think that we're working something on kind of like a mindset shift level. So apart from the 4 layers of partnership that you talk about, journalists, civil society, academia, and laws, do you foresee or see any other institutions that have a role to play or become stakeholders in truly create this kind of like mindset shift towards working in anti-corruption or other changes in society? For example, family institutions, schools, communities, something like that. And if you do see their role, how do you see it tangibly working with the stakeholders that you have already mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. My gosh, so if you look at it now from what we see from the data, right? And the difference is the difference of big data. It has transformed everything. From the Excel sheet to big data, it's literally all of our government structures, our families. If your family isn't divided, that means you're not quite in a country where politics have become so polarized. But you can see this globally. So in answer to your question, what other institutions? I mean, look, it starts with lies. If someone lies all the time, if your child wants to go on TikTok, Instagram, and they want to get as many followers as they can, they will push towards lies towards, it's in the old days you would say sensationalism for a journalist. Now it's beyond that, and then they will incite emotions that it's called the outrage economy today, right? Because in the end, this is after your attention, our attention, and the younger generation is growing up at a time when they can't tell the difference between fact and fiction, when their identity, they're forming their identities without moorings in values. I mean, in a strange way, I would say the family becomes more important, education becomes more important, but education is more medium and long term. I think, you know, in addition to the tech companies abdicating responsibility for protecting the public sphere, governments, democratic governments, have also abdicated responsibility for protecting us. So I think part of what we need to do as we gain more and more information, more data about how we're being insidiously manipulated, is we need to go demand better laws. Because if you don't have the legislation to stop these tech companies from allowing not just them, but geopolitical power to insidiously manipulate us. Talk to Taiwan about how China's information warfare is hitting their people and what are they doing. Or Ukraine, or Crimea, which was annexed by Russia in 2014. That was when the meta-narrative that was used by Putin to invade Ukraine in 2022. That was when it was ceded, right? So this is a different world. And I'm sorry it's such a long answer, but I do feel like it isn't the old world. It isn't a world where governments, where you can sit back and you can let governments do business as usual. You will not reach your people. The younger generation are on TikTok. They're being inflamed. Who knows what's happening with our data? And then the last part is every single person on these platforms, you know, every post you do, they use machine learning to build a model of us that knows us better than we know ourselves. Replace the word model with clone. So they essentially clone every one of us, our relationships, our private thoughts, and they own that. That's what's used to micro-target you. I think this I had mentioned before. We have to relook at our relationships and our institutions.
Well, thank you, Maria. It's almost time to wrap up. I know it's a really short session, and when I first received the program, this is not possible to have all the those valuable advices in just 80 minutes, but still, we have to close the session. But before we go, I would like to hear some final words from our panelists. So please, Maria.
Oh my gosh. I think the fight for corruption begins with values. This is why democracies have come together. Democracies are far from perfect. In fact, it's chaotic. And in many countries I've worked in, I mean, in the Philippines, in Indonesia, you see the nostalgia for the past. And in Korea, the strongman leader who promises that they will fix everything and you don't have to do anything. We can't believe it. We have to look at how technology has changed all this. We have to look at how our biology is used against us, and we have to come out into the real world and work together. And that means everyone, civil society, journalists, government. In the earlier panel, you know, some NGOs and civil society groups may not want to touch government money. I think we're getting at a place where it's existential for democracy. So please, I think we have a limited time to fight for our rights before they go away.
Thank you, Maria. Give us some more time, though. Arianne?
Yeah, I think just adding on to what Maria was saying, and something that the TI founder Peter Eigen said earlier, really the importance of working in multi-stakeholder initiatives, working in partnership, and something I say a lot in Papua New Guinea. For TI, we want to critically but constructively engage with government, with private sector, with all partners. And something I say a lot to government when I'm speaking to them, because there are challenges when we're trying to get through the door, is that TI is not anti-government, we're anti-corruption. And for us, the most important thing is that, the courage to fight corruption, that's what's required. And I think I want to echo the sentiment shared by really our founder this morning. We're here to work together, we're here to engage in discussions, we're here to really strengthen our existing laws, enforcement, ensure there's timely, accurate information that's readily available for our people. We want to be a partner in democracy. And I know this session was really about NGOs in the anti-corruption sector, but we are partners in democracy, and we're here to support all our governments, all of sector, to really strengthen democracy for our world.
Thank you, Arianne.
So let me conclude with two key takeaways. First, in order to tackle corruptions, we need to have effective democracy and human rights. We need to be able to share information, to have the freedoms, and be able to be a part of this democratic process. And second, we need to have inclusive voices in anti-corruption. We need to bring in people with different age, gender, and diversities into this fight against corruption. And with that, I hope that all of you will leave from this summit being encouraged to be able to support those who are fighting against those corruption practices everywhere, and by promoting this transparency and democratic values. So we should be able to win this fight together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's quite easy to say that we can eradicate corruption, but it's not easy, actually. And a lot of institutions are responsible for the current existence and prevalence of corruption. And of course, developed countries like Japan is less corrupt inside. But outside, it's unfortunately Japanese companies, or maybe US companies or European companies are paying some bribery in developing nations. And they are somehow responsible for that corruption around the world. So, so we have to rigorously enforce foreign bribery laws against that kind of misconduct. But what we have to emphasize as an NGO of ABCJ, those who actually pay bribe at the companies, for example, Japanese businessmen, are somehow victims that kind of corruption to some extent. They cannot be viewed as just wrongdoers. We have to provide them some assistance to prevent such corruption by establishing a compliance program inside their countries and providing a lot of trainings to tackle with that kind of corruption. So corruption efforts should be multi-angled. So that's my closing remark.
Thank you, Kengo. Tari?
Yeah, I think looking for the things that we've discussed, I can say that active participation of could be civil society, journalists, or even private sector also needs the government that open for us to engage, to collaborate, and also the government need to give us space or room to contribute, to participate in combating corruption. And also the last one is also safe, because it's also important for us to feel safe when we contribute or we participate in anti-corruption. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Terry. Well, it is amazing that all of the speakers actually giving the final words really short. I know, but in the beginning that was pretty long, so I was expecting longer the final words, but that will be fine. We can finish a little bit early. Okay, well, So we covered a lot of things from various perspectives, from journalism, environmentalists, and also the NGOs, and also the person who is dealing with the legal issues of the companies outside his own country. Well, I think one thing is clear though, the environment, internet, online, and the countries and working in the foreign and the countries, they all going across the nations. So which means that we need the transnational cooperation, not just from all the aspects of civil societies, but it should all go across the nation. That's one thing that we can take away today, I believe. The corruption is not keeping the rules that we agreed on. And I believe if we do not keep the promises we actually made, then it will eventually eat out our society, and that's probably the evil part of the corruption. 2 days ago, Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen, she emphasized the importance of concerted efforts to deal with and fight against the corruption. And I believe it includes, of course, the civil societies. And our speakers today showed how and why it is necessary. We need the civil society to work together on the issue of corruption. Because after all, I think it is democracy. Although it's declining, we have to protect it for that region. Yes, it is a democracy, and we all have some responsibility to bear to protect it. So thank you very much for your insights, and I also have to thank you very much for what you have done so far to protect the democracy and to establish the better future for our future generation. So it has been a great session, and I believe our audience feels the same way as I do. So please join me thanking our special and wonderful speakers on the stage with warm applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would like to echo Dr. Kim Ji-yoon's sentiments in that we are very grateful for that fruitful discussion, your valuable insights, and also what you have done in your work. Thank you very much. All right, we will pause now here for a break. Coffee and other refreshments, I believe, are outside, so please do help yourselves, and we will resume with session 3 at 3:30 p.m. We'll see you then. right, it is now time to begin session 3, the theme for which is technology and anti-corruption. We have on the stage our moderator and speakers. They will talk in part, among others, about civic tech, e-government, clean portal, and forensic investigation. This session's moderator is Dr. Daniel Eriksson, the CEO of Transparency International Secretariat. Dr. Daniel Eriksson is a passionate anti-corruption advocate and a strong believer in the role of technology in the global efforts to end corruption. So, Dr. Eriksson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Really exciting, and thanks everyone for still being awake and present. I hope we will have some more colleagues coming in from the coffee, with some coffee and energized and ready for the manual on technology and anti-corruption. Unfortunately, not very gender-balanced panel, but we will hopefully compensate that with questions from the female audience towards the end of it. Before I move over to introducing the panel, I'd like to, first of all, by the way, thanks Maria Ressa for warming up the audience to the topic of technology, if you're still in the room. It was a really interesting panel, the previous one, and it sets the stage very well for the topics that we are going to talk about now. Technology is an accelerator. You can use technology to do whatever better, faster, cheaper. That means that technology, if you're evil, makes you better at doing evil. And if you're good, it can make you better at doing good. Technology is neutral, and that is something that we often forget. But it also means that we, let's assume that we are the do-gooders, have to be at least as good as the evil side to use technology. Because if we lose that, we lose everything. Technology has been applied by governments around the world really successfully, and we have examples in Europe like Estonia or Ukraine, that under difficult and pressing circumstances have deployed technology to fight corruption in their countries. But we also need to be very, very clear that technology is not a panacea. It's not like you can get a fancy system, install it in your government and think like, okay, we got that corruption thing covered. Technology needs certain preconditions in order to be impactful and successful. And technology comes in many areas. We use the term technology a little bit too easy. GovTech, digitalization, transparency promoting technology, or technology that ensures non-fungibility. There's many versions of it, or as was mentioned on the previous panel, the issue of social media and mis and disinformation. So without further ado, and hopefully having whetted your appetite for what we will be discussing right now, I'd like to introduce the panel, trying to be as brief as possible. Right next to me is Efosa Ojomo. Efosa is the director of the Global Prosperity Research Group at the Clayton Christensen Institute for Disruptive Innovation, an innovation-focused think tank based in Boston. Efosa is also on the faculty of Northwestern University Kellogg School of Management, where he teaches the course Entrepreneurship and Market Creation in Emerging Markets. In January 2019, alongside the late Harvard Business School professor Clayton Christensen, he published the book The Prosperity Paradox: How Innovation Can Lift Nations Out of Poverty. Then we have Dr. Torplus Yomnak. He is an assistant professor and the director of the Political Economic Studies Center at Chulalongkorn University, where he founded the Knowledge Hub for Regional Anti-Corruption and Good Governance Collaboration to study corruption from a multidisciplinary approach. In 2021, Torplus was awarded the International Anti-Corruption Champions Award by the US Department of State for his broad range of anti-corruption and good governance work in Thailand. Then we have Francesco Cecchi. Mr. Cecchi is the UNODC Anti-Corruption Regional Advisor for Southeast Asia. He has more than 18 years of experience working in international organizations in the area of good governance, public administration reform, and anti-corruption. Mr. Czechi's work focuses on providing support to member states of the UN Convention Against Corruption for implementation of the convention. He provides expert advice and input to the development and implementation of technical assistance programs. Then we have Dr. Niklas Kosso. Dr. Kosso is an anti-corruption and digitalization expert from Berlin, same as me. At least we're two Berliners. He completed his PhD at the Hertie School in Berlin, with research focusing on the use of new technologies in the context of anti-corruption movements and democratization, looking at case studies in the field of digital procurement platforms and the use of distributed ledger technologies in anti-corruption. Then we have Professor Chiang Liang Li. Professor Li is the Distinguished Research Professor and Director at the Institutium in Jurisprudentiae at Academia Sinica and Professor of Law at NTU. His main fields of research include constitutional law, administrative law, environmental protection, and technology law. So that's the very distinguished panel that we have here. And without further ado, then I'd like to hand over to Mr. Ojomo to kick it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. I want to thank the government of the Republic of Korea and Minister Park for this event. This is my first time in Korea, and I must say, on the drive from the airport to the hotel, it was a little bit emotional. Because I do a lot of research on innovation, economic development, poverty, and obviously corruption. And I couldn't help but think about where this country has come from, how poor it was 50, 60 years ago, and how the remarkable story of how this country went from poverty to prosperity is an example for many of us in the room, and certainly for me, even though I'm based in Boston, originally from Nigeria. And so if you are native Korean, I just want to say congratulations. You have a remarkable country. And if you're not, hopefully we can all be inspired and encouraged by what's happening here. You know, I want to talk today about corruption. We've been talking a lot about anti-corruption. But I think in order to solve any problem, we must first ask, why does it exist in the first place? What causes it to happen? Why do people hire corruption? Why do they engage in it? And when we begin to wrestle with these questions, I think they can uncover some really interesting insights about corruption. Now, we might be tempted to think about corruption as corrupt actors and corruption in general as it's very bad, which it is, and ultimately just moralize corruption and say it must be eradicated at all cost, which is true, but without leaning in and understanding it, the phenomena of corruption, how it evolves in society. And I'm afraid we're going to spend a lot of time and a lot of money, but we may not make the kind of progress that we want to make. So I'm going to talk a little bit about corruption today. Now, the first question, why do many people engage in corruption, despite the fact that we all know it's wrong? Right? Corruption is quite different from, say, frontier space travel, where we may not quite know yet the answers to those questions. With corruption, I think everyone knows it's wrong, yet we continue to engage in it. Well, one of the primary reasons, not the only one, is the issue of scarcity. Whenever things are scarce in society, it creates a breeding ground for corruption. Now think about it. If you think about the things that are scarce, money, opportunity, votes, access,
social progress, licenses. Many of those things tend to be scarce, and so we engage in corruption in order to get access to them. Now, what we've found in our research is corruption evolves predictably throughout society. Societies that are incredibly poor, you have what's called overt and unpredictable corruption. Now, these are the countries that tend to be at the lowest end of the Transparency International Corruption Index. Societies that are developing a little bit, growing, perhaps middle income, they tend to have covert and somewhat predictable corruption. It's like a cost of doing business. And then many advanced societies still have corruption, but it's more transparent. And so we sort of see they lean more and more towards transparency. No society is perfectly free of corruption, but they lean more towards transparency. Now, when technology is deployed into a society, when there's a lot of scarcity and little abundance, as we've heard, that technology can actually lead to more corruption. We heard from the Nobel Laureate Maria in an eloquent talk about how technology is actually making things a little bit worse. And we see this happening with the data from Transparency International's most recent report. Over the past decade, we haven't quite made progress against fighting corruption. In fact, 26 countries have fallen to their lowest levels, and over 150 countries have made no significant progress against corruption, even though the advent of technologies over the past decade or two has been mind-boggling. And so solving corruption has to be not just about technology, but more about people. Has to be about empowering people, helping people choose something that's different from corruption so that they can make progress in their lives. Now, what do I mean by technology? So many different types of technologies out there. And so I'll conclude by saying market-creating technologies, which are quite different from other types of innovations and technologies. These are innovations and technologies that expand access to products and services that could make our lives better. When these technologies are invested in by governments, by the private sector, they tend to create jobs, create more opportunities for people, ultimately increase tax revenues, and create prosperity. If we take South Korea as an example, and how it was a very poor and corrupt country 50, 60 years ago, and think about the evolution of Korea's development to a more transparent and democratic society today. It's incredibly difficult to tell that story without talking about organizations such as Samsung, organizations such as LG, Kia, who have, not only for South Korea, but who have invested in products and services, made them more accessible to millions of people across the world, created prosperity for this country so that this country can better tackle corruption. Now, I'll end by saying this. The next time you look at the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Report Index, notice the top countries are often the wealthiest countries, and the countries at the bottom are often the poorest. When you fight corruption, it fights back. It's incredibly difficult to fight corruption without prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ojomo, and then over to Dr. Yomnak.
Thank you very much. So I'll be quick. I'll jump right into the questions. So the question is about technology and corruption. So please allow me to use a case studies to kind of like answer these questions. So this is a story of, as you can see in the picture here, a beautifully decorated lamppost. So here's the story. So one day a villager walked into this line of beautifully decorated lampposts, but installed in the middle of nowhere. So she wondered why they were there, and she suspected that there's potential risk for corruption. But before she make any complaints or make any reports, she pulled out her mobile phone and opened a website called ACT AI, or Anti-Corruption Thailand AI, which accumulate all procurement data, which is publicly disclosed, but we just make it more accessible and user-friendly. So she searched for the project, and she found that project. What she found, another thing, is that it detects potential corruption based on data analysis. So why this? First, it shows that each lamppost costs over $3,000 US, which is ridiculously more expensive than the market price, right? Secondly, in the bid, it shows that there were 5 bidders and 4 bidders proposed the same price, which is, and the winner only won by $30 in a multi-million baht project, which is ridiculous. But not only that, because we also accumulate data of politically exposed persons from the asset declaration from the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And it shows that the owner of the winning company actually had a relationship with the local executive who could jeopardize the decision-making process in that contract. And that's why it was detected as high risk of corruption. So with these official fact information, she sent all this information to a crowdsourcing platform called Corruption Watch, which allows the public, media, and investigative journalists, authority to monitor and use this formal information, fact, to conduct further investigation. So with all these, she was so surprised that the next day, the picture of these lampposts were posted all over social media. Why? Why was it so quick? Because these information are not just opinion. It was based on fact. But it is publicly accessible and user-friendly. Yeah. And then what happened after this? She was even more surprised that 2 days later, just 2 days later, this happened. So the authority actually came to the site to open an official investigation, which led to a conviction of a local executive soon later. So what I'm trying to say here is that yes, technology is great. It can create innovations that reduce the cost of whistleblowing, make it safer. But this is the twist in the story. But technology alone cannot solve corruption. If you can see from this case, the one who made the change was that villager, I don't even know who that person is, right? So technology, there are thousands of hundreds of digital platform, website, open data platform that has no users, no user at all. And there are thousands of cases like these that has not been checked, not been reported. So the question is, how do we motivate more people to join our forces against corruption? The good news is technology can help. And I'll keep that for the second part of the session. Thank you. The second round, I mean.
Thank you, Dr. Yomnak. Very efficient on time as well, and a good message. So over to Mr. Cheki.
Thank you very much. On behalf of UNODC, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, first of all, I would like to thank the government of Korea for organizing the summit and all the partners, TI as well, of course. And also, thank to the Ministry of Justice of Korea for the great support to our work that was showcased this morning by the Deputy Minister. So Okay, this one. The project, I wanted to say a couple of words because it's very interesting also for technology. This project works on developing capacity of law enforcement authorities to investigate and prosecute corruption at the regional level in Southeast Asia. So obviously, you know, the problem that we face is criminals transferring money and assets extremely rapidly through the financial sector. Laundering through offshore jurisdictions and in a couple of clicks, and the law enforcement authorities lagging behind in investigating and ultimately, you know, being able to seize and confiscate stolen assets. So technology can help. Imagine, for example, if you had the capacity of law enforcement authorities to access, we talked about beneficial ownership data, so beneficial ownership data in another country. Imagine if law enforcement authorities could access asset declaration data from another country, you know, to check immediately what is happening, for example, with a rigged public procurement, if there is some politically exposed person behind it in the click of a second. So these are really some of the activities that we try to promote. We try to promote informal cooperation among law enforcement authorities to discuss and promote exchange of data and intelligence before going into, you know, official cooperation through mutual legal assistance, which, as you know, is very lengthy. So that's part of the problem and part of the solution. We also work at the national level with law enforcement authorities to enhance capacity to investigate very technological issues such as transfer of cryptocurrencies to launder money from one country to another, from one user to another, and the use of data to conduct intelligence work. So being more proactive when conducting investigation than being only reactive. One of the major problems of these investigative authorities in this region is, and in Southeast Asia in particular, which is the region where I work, is reactiveness in enforcing and going to conduct investigation instead of being proactive. And the data can help the investigative authorities being proactive. And I have a very quick example from my own country, Italy. And I'm sorry I have this example because I have a lot of colleagues in Italy that share interesting information with me that I use for my trainings. That's why I make this example, but of course there are many other very interesting examples. So Italy has an anti-corruption authority which deals specifically with procurement, and I'm going back to procurement because that's a very, very straightforward message there. They developed a database that now contains more than 60 million transactions. It's very well organized, accessible by the public in open data format, so very, very useful. And they developed a series of indicators for red flags for corruption, like many others do. But I want to give you a very specific example of how you can use this for database auditing. So one of the issues that has been spotted by the anti-corruption authorities is the issue of below-threshold contract splitting. So what happens normally is that you have in the procurement law a threshold below which you don't have to go for public tender, you can go for direct procurement, and you have much less oversight than if you are above that threshold. So back in 2017, the ANAC received a complaint from a company for a health-related procurement with a health authority. The health authority in this case was Naples 2, in the city of Naples in the south. And they identified, they went to conduct an audit and identified overwhelming use of contract splitting, which is, of course, dividing the contract in many little contracts to avoid controls. doesn't mean necessarily corruption. It means that something is sort of, the organization is trying to avoid too much bureaucracy, maybe, or maybe it's corruption. But anyhow, the colleagues then tried to use the database to see if this kind of information could be taken very easily from the database. And in fact, they can, because a colleague of mine took the database, which is actually open sourced, so it's on open data, and analyzed a series of these transactions in the health sector, and noticed, as you can see in this graph, that there were, if you put the value on the horizontal, the value of the contract on the horizontal, and the number of transactions in the vertical, 40,000 is the threshold for enhanced scrutiny. You can see in the graph that the number of transactions right below 40,000 are very, very, very many. So, and above, almost nothing. This is impossible in normal terms. Why should that be? Obviously, there is this practice of contract splitting. And then they created this coefficient to see, which health authorities were doing more of this contract splitting, and the authorities where, this complaint was received is one of the top. So this means what? That the anti-corruption authority could have done this kind of analysis preemptively, arrive to the same conclusion and go conduct a specific audit in that authority without waiting for the company or somebody to file a complaint. So this is a very simple data set analysis. You can do it with 3 data points. Imagine what you can do when you have quite a lot of data across various data sets. So the opportunities, the possibilities are multiple, and they're extremely important for law enforcement authorities, because again, they are very reactive, so not proactively sharing and gathering intelligence on where there can be possibilities and risks of corruptions in the public administration, and this is what the data can help the administrations do. So just very briefly, what is needed for this to happen? First of all, the data, quality data, a lot of data, and interoperable in open data standards, if possible. You need to measure this data, have the indicators that tell you what you have to measure, and that's another science per se. I will not develop that much on that. You need simple software. Actually, the Italian software is open source, so anybody can develop it. Analytical skills, but of course, more interesting and importantly, you have to ingrain these practices in the public administration, ingrain it in how the law enforcement authorities do their work. And we are not there yet in the region, in the region Southeast Asia, but I suspect in the Indo-Pacific region as well. Just to tell you, a couple of weeks ago, I spoke with colleagues from the audit offices throughout the region, and I'm close. And I presented this and I asked colleagues, how many of you are using this? And they have data. And none of them was really capable of saying, yes, we are using these systems. So there is, at the international level, there has been a lot done, a lot of information is shared, a lot of examples, but the uptake of these technologies in the Indo-Pacific region, in my opinion, is still very, very limited, and a lot of work to be done there. And I close here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And no stress, we still have 50 minutes to go, and I'm sure we will be able to fill the time. Very interesting, and I'm eager to ask questions to everyone, but I hold myself back and hand over to Dr. Kosu.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks a lot for the invitation. That gets me back to talk about some of the issues that I dealt with in my PhD, while now I'm working with the city of Berlin, less on corruption issues, but more on technology itself. In my PhD, I very much dealt with the issues that we are discussing here, and that's also the question that I want to answer first. Why am I here, and how I became a blockchain expert? Because in 2017, I was writing my PhD generally on the issue of technology and anti-corruption, and I was writing about some of the platforms you both were presenting, and on crowdsourcing and on similar issues, especially on how you involve civil society in that field. And a lot of people approached me and said, like, look, you heard about this blockchain thing. Can you tell us something about that? Because some people were talking about Bitcoin as like a means for money laundering, and I think you mentioned that earlier. But a lot of people also had hope for the use of blockchain technology and also distributed ledger technology, as sort of the overarching term for this is, to use in anti-corruption. And I want to briefly explain to you why. So first, what are distributed ledger technologies? And I'm going to use this term more because blockchain is a particular type of distributed ledger technology. And I'm also not going to go into the technical details here because, let's face it, I think hardly anyone in this room will know how the internet works, but you still use it, and you don't really need to know how blockchain works. You need to maybe know how to use it. So distributed ledger technologies are each time a type of data set, or a type of database rather, a distributed storage of a database ledger across multiple sites or nodes. And each of these network nodes always has an identical copy of the overall ledger. And in order to secure that, there's a type of mechanism that we call a consensus mechanism that is used to update the records in this distributed ledger. So you have a group of partners that can be the public, so that would be very many partners, or you can have also a smaller group of partners that always has a copy of this ledger on their storage. And it has some sort of peer-to-peer structure without one centralized database source. So that determines the key features of distributed ledger technology and why we're interested in it when we're talking about anti-corruption. Disintermediation, so you don't go through a third party when you want to create a transaction. Transparency, each of the parties that has a ledger can actually look at what's happening on it and can verify transactions. Accountability, because of that, you usually have a timestamp that tells you when some data was edited or was entered into the ledger, and you have security because of that, because once the data is written on it, it can't easily be tampered with. So can distributed ledger technology be an antidote to corruption? The short answer really is no. But that would make my presentation here pretty boring, pretty short, so I'm going to give you the slightly longer answer, and that is it really depends. And while I'm not going to go through all this in detail, what I want you to think about it is as a mitigator for corruption risks. So when you have a transaction that is potentially prone to corruption, you can look at it as from the lens of corruption risks. So for example, individual factors like I'm not being paid enough, so I need to extract money from a certain situation, or I just have the opportunity to grab some money from a government transaction. Or working process factors, when something is just working not transparently or has poor working processes and I have an opportunity for corruption then. Or organizational factors, when there are poor guidelines in the organization or people do not work properly together. And finally, contextual factors, an unclear mandate or a missing judicial system or a judicial system that doesn't work very well. So can blockchain work as an anti-corruption tool? Yes, it can in specific settings, and only when addressing specific corruption risks. And as those corruption risks, we can see organizational factors and working process factors. It cannot address the sort of overall contextual factors that you have in a country or individual factors. And how does it do that? It can improve the quality of a paper trail and the data that is available in the chain. Storing data on a blockchain or using a blockchain in the context of data storage can increase the transparency between stakeholders, and the public can but doesn't have to be one of the stakeholders in this context. And finally, with using DLT, we can improve data security and accountability, because you can always see when data was entered into the chain and when it was also potentially edited. So can distributed ledger technology be an antidote to corruption? It depends, and later on I can also give you some examples.
Thank you, Dr. Koso. Very interesting. And last but absolutely not least, Professor Lee.
Thank you. Thank you in introduction and the invitation. And I'm Jianyang Li, and I work as a research professor at the Institute of the Law, Academia Sinica in Taipei and Taiwan. It's my great pleasure to attend this great event. I would like to talk about technology and corruption, anti-corruptions in Taiwan. I will briefly the situation and characteristic in Taiwan talk about it. And I'm not a delegation of our government, and I'm not also representatives of social society. I'm just, I would like just to share the viewpoints and observations from the academic side and just from the legal aspect. Technology and anti-corruption generally they have the friendly relationships. This means the two sides of the same coin. On the one side, the technologies can facilitate government transparency, allowing the public to direct, monitor the progress and the results of most government affairs. On the other side, technology may encourage the corrupt behavior, such as bribery transactions conducted over the dark web, encrypted platform, or virtual currency. From the Taiwan's viewpoint, the influence of technology and anti-corruption has been more favorable than harmful. And in other words, technology is used more often to fight corruption than to facilitate lawbreakers in filing justice. Since 2010, an increasing number of crimes has been solved by technology methods such as dash cams or the pinhole cameras, which captures photographs, conversation, or message content to demonstrate the presence of corrupt activity. The evidence obtained through technological means is submitted into cores, the so-called digital evidence, and has become the cause, the primary basics for evaluating whether corruption has occurred. Despite the absence of legal standards, the Taiwan court has developed a set of rules for the digital evidence. But it should be noted the fact that the Taiwanese public sectors has not yet established quite remarkable technological accomplishment in the fighting against corruption and crime. In the most cases, the vast majority of digital evidence floating into the courts is obtained by private sector. The emphasis of the Taiwanese government on the technical applications is limited to typical crimes such as murders, robbery. For example, use car to capture communication information of the burglary. However, the Taiwanese government has not yet fully utilized technology to combat corruption, merely due to the incomplete legal framework, and more important is concerns regarding human rights. This I will be in my conclusion not against emphasize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Very interesting, the concept of the M-cars there, and I'll get back with the questions in a minute when we go through again. But for those who are not familiar with the M-cars, or I think they're called Stingrays, the technology that sits in them, you can Google away until we get back to the question, because I'd like to deep dive into that topic. And before I ask the first question to Mr. Ojomo, I just like to make a bit of a summary of how I see it. And I was introduced as a techno-optimist. As I say, though, technology is an accelerator. It depends on who you put it in the hands of if it goes in the right or wrong direction. But my sense was that Mr. Ojomo was talking about the need to put development before the fight against corruption or the introduction of technology which might not be appropriate or cost efficient for the context where it's put. I'm doing assessments here. You feel free to disagree in a minute. Then we had the example of a tool being used to make information accessible to the citizens and to get the citizens engaged, to get the citizens to feel like an owner of their own country in order to be able to see and question what's going on. Then we had an example of a more comprehensive set of systems building essentially on the kind of citizen reporting, citizen auditory that Mr. Yomnak, Dr. Yomnak was presenting, but then using that data for more advanced analysis to see what we can do in a, it might not be big data, but in a more quantitative analysis. Then we had from Dr. Koso a presentation, we can now call ourselves blockchain experts or digital ledger technology experts, based on a 5-minute presentation anyway, and a bit of a sense of what that could do, what kind of promises that might have or might not have in this context. And then we ended with Professor Lee talking about the use of technology to produce evidence in all sorts of crime, but particularly with regards to corruption. Coming back to where I started, I'd like to argue that each one of these technologies could be equally interesting to an autocracy wanting to root out freedom amongst its people. You just twist, you take any one of these, and when we go around with questions, I'll see if I can put my dictator hat on and show that. Meaning that for those who sit in the room and think that technology is a panacea to save democracy, it's not. It just makes us work faster, and we need to be faster than the other side. So on that note, I will go over to the first question, and I already hinted to that, Mr. Ojomo. Did I interpret you correctly? Are you implicitly saying that development comes, economical development comes first? It makes no use in investing in technologies or even fighting corruption until a country is developed?
Wow. I think the struggle is the second part of your statement. It makes no use fighting. So I will say, if you look at the development of most countries in the world, including the one where all of us are sitting, what you will find is the country's ability, resources, capacity to fight corruption, build better institutions, get a more representative democracy, evolved and improved over time. Most countries in the world. From where we are to the United States, to the United Kingdom, to France. And so there has to be, in the beginning, an appreciation for where the country is on the development ladder. What the introduction of technology will do for the country. Will it help people become more prosperous? Will it help them better fight corruption? Will it empower them? Will it change the individual context in which they live? If the technologies can help in that regard, I think we can, over time, evolve to mitigate corruption. Just to give you some hard numbers, if you take the national budget of the United States of America and divide it by how many people live there, it comes up to about $30,000. And so every year, President Biden spends $30,000 on me. He doesn't send it to me, but that's what he has to spend on defense, on the judiciary, the legislature, everything. Nigeria, as an example, spends roughly $200 per person per year. Now, what kind of technology are we going to introduce to Nigeria that's going to help the country eradicate, mitigate corruption at $200? That's what we have to spend on educating our kids, on health care, on paying salaries. And we also have to appreciate that many, again, this isn't my data, if you look at Transparency International's data, you will find many countries at the bottom have the worst corruption scores, are incredibly poor, or find themselves at, in some kind of conflict. And the more you practice something, the better you get at it. So the more you practice corruption, the better your country gets at it. Which means, if we want to introduce technology today to solve corruption challenges in Nigeria, some of the technologies we've heard about today, that technology is being introduced into an ecosystem that has been practicing overt corruption for decades. And so we may be able to get people who signed bad contracts and embezzled money, but we have to infuse those people into perhaps a corrupt judiciary system. It's quite different from how the technology will impact corruption in, say, Korea or the United States. And so understanding that context is incredibly key, appreciating where people are as far as their development. And so I promote, in addition to fighting corruption, we have to always think, how are we going to do development?
Thank you. So I suppose that could be in a context of so-called appropriate technology. But I promised to, and I know I'm going off script here, but life is better without sort of any structure. So let's just wing it. I'm the moderator, so I get to decide. Yeah. Maybe they'll turn off my mic as they did with Peter. Yeah. In any case, what about Singapore? That's the one I come to think of. Yeah, the logic doesn't work there, and there's a slew of countries in the middle there. Azerbaijan as another example. Particularly if you put on not only the corruption hat but a democracy hat, where your logic does not work. Can you give me a 30-second answer to that?
30-second answer. Singapore, a few other countries that may not fit that bill, they're exceptions, they're anomalies. And the way I would answer that is two things. Number one of the things Singapore did as it was developing was invest significantly in driving investments, foreign direct investment into the country by visiting other countries. And so it didn't look for foreign aid per se, looked for investment. And it built up markets and helped people get prosperity. So that's one. The second, though, is Singapore I see as a country that won the lottery in getting Lee Kuan Yew to lead the country for decades. And just because somebody wins the lottery doesn't mean we tell our kids, hey, don't go to school, don't study, just go play the lottery. Most countries don't, unfortunately, don't have or share the story of Singapore. We share our own stories where we are, and we have to work with what we have.
Okay, thank you, good answer. And then Dr. Yomnak, before I put my dictator hat on, I seem to read in your presentation that technology is not enough. What is it in addition to that? How do you create this critical mass? You mentioned there's thousands of open source tools out there that are not successful. How do you make it successful, and what do you need outside of the technology in order to make this successful? Okay,
so thank you very much. If possible, can I go back to the presentation that I have? Otherwise, I'll start answering your question first. So first of all, I totally agree with you that technology alone cannot solve corruption, and that it can lead to other negative consequences as well. So how can we do about it? So the answer is to empower people. So technology is just a tool. People are the one who use this technology, and technology that allows fact to be that make facts available to the people. That is kind of like the heart of the democracy as we are talking about. So if we can't go back to the presentation, then I'll just talk about it. So how do we motivate people? How can we incentivize people using technology? So in one of our projects, we use gamification methods. We use this game called Corrupt the Game, which is a scenario game to understand people. So players go to the different scenarios and they have to decide whether they're corrupt or not. And this scenario is different. Some bribery, some nepotism, and then so on and so forth. So with insights from over 100,000 players, we analyzed that the Thai young generations think that bribery are more detrimental than nepotism. So they spend less time thinking about whether they vote bribe or not. They just immediately click no, I won't bribe. But when I need to help my friends, then it takes so much more time to think, and perhaps yes, I help my friend. So with that insights, we can, if we want to create a campaign to allow more people to join our forces, maybe we focus on bribery first, and then we gradually extend to nepotism. So this is just from one example. But technology doesn't stop at understanding people at the individual level. It helps us to understand organizations and how each organization collaborate with each other as well. So we use social media and social network analysis methods to quantify and understand the patterns of collaboration within Thailand's anti-corruption network, and was able to make suggestions of how they should work together in a more efficient way. And also with that information, we simulate a flow of information which allow the case of the decorative lamppost to be exposed. So see, we understand people, we understand how all organizations work together, using facts to make suggestions, to make policy recommendations. And that, with advanced technology that use fact, that understand people, we might have a chance to create, develop a more efficient and effective anti-corruption ecosystem in our system that will lead us to win the fight, win the war against corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, well said. On with the dictator Eriksson hat. How would I use that? Well, it's a citizen reporting system. In this case, reporting on suspicious procurement or infrastructure. Well, I can just use it to report on suspicious neighbors. The neighbors are doing something wrong or not following the party's logic. It's technically the same system. Which is what you said as well. It's a low-hanging fruit, not a very advanced example, but it goes to show that the technology is not the issue, it's how you use it, yeah.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And by the way, you mentioned gamification. We don't have time to talk about it now, but I think gamification as a methodology is something in our field of anti-corruption that is underused, both in terms of simulation, what you mentioned, but also as a tool to entice user engagement with these kinds of tools. That's sort of the TripAdvisor version of reporting suspicious procurement. Yeah. Yes. I suppose that was your experience with your case as well. Yeah?
Yes, and we can teach younger generation to learn how to use, not just to tell them that this is good and this is bad. You should do this and you shouldn't do this, but you allow them to practice using open data transparency. So when they became adults, when we became active citizens, they can use this as fact and not opinion, not just opinion, and then it could lead to a better and positive outcome, not just using opinions and like what you suggest, report on your neighbor with no evidence at all, but how do we proceed with better evidence based on facts and publicly available information.
Thank you, thank you. I can give you a tip for a good game on corruption. It's actually called Democracy, only available on Steam. That simulates you being a president having to deal with corruption. Transparency has nothing to do with it, but I tried it and I liked it. Over to Mr. Checki. You mentioned enabling environment as a requirement. Could you elaborate on, because that's kind of the same question as I gave to Dr. Yomnak, but on a bigger scale, and particularly from your experience in a developing country context, what are those enabling environments that are required, and how do you get to them?
Thank you. You know, the UN Convention Against Corruption is a very interesting tool. And we have also, maybe some of you do not know, a review mechanism of the convention that looks at how the convention is implemented. It's a peer-to-peer review system whereby two countries review another, so it's intergovernmental review. And the reviews, by the way, are available. They are on the UNODC website, the executive summaries, so you can look at them. They are quite interesting. And if you look at the Indo-Pacific region, generally speaking, of course, there is a deficit on some of the key elements of the legal and institutional frameworks, as well as how this framework is implemented in practice. Key elements that are fundamental for these technologies that we talk about to work. So, for example, we talk a lot about open data. Of course, everybody knows about open data, the open data portal. In reality, if you look at the laws, access to information, and I think this was mentioned already a couple of times, access to information is not evident in many of the countries of the region, partially because the regulations are not there, they are not clearly stated, partially because the citizens do not have the knowledge, they are not exposed to the knowledge that they need to access the information and to request, as it is their right, the access to information. But partially there are also privacy laws, defamation laws, security laws that are, over protecting, let's say, the information that are possessed by governments. So that's a reality, and that's just one example. If you don't address this, all these technologies that we're talking about is going to be pretty much useless. There are other examples. For example, if you look at the issue of conflict of interest, there's an enormous amount of things you can do with data when it comes to conflict of interest. It was mentioned also by Dr. Dick. You can see if there is a politically exposed person, if you have the right data, involved in a procurement. But if at the base, in the asset declaration systems, you don't have strict requirements for reporting possession or interests in companies, how are you going to have these data in the first place? So, it's sometimes, I see all these organizations going ahead with all these projects, which are very interesting, very well crafted, but in the end, there are some preconditions that have to be there. And, there are many beneficial ownership, it's another one. Now on that, things are moving a bit very slowly. But again, if you don't have those data, and that's other issues, such as, and it was mentioned also, whistleblower protection that is not there. How do you feel about reporting corruption really when you know that your livelihood, your job, maybe even your family can be at risk when you do that because you are not protected? These are all information that you can read in the executive summary. Some of these you will have to read between the lines because, of course, it's intergovernmental and so using a very, say, diplomatic, soft language. But the informations are there. So as you rightfully say, of course, technology is not a panacea. But again, it is, don't get me wrong, I don't want to sound pessimist. It's extremely important. There are many things that are being done. We are working now with the Corruption Eradication Commission in Indonesia to build a big data analysis systems that will allow them to do exactly what I was mentioning before, intelligence gathering through data to target their investigations. And it goes also to your point about resources. If you use the technology well, you leverage the small resources you have, because these are by nature they're not expensive to do, I mean, in the end, and to utilize, rather than sending investigators to control and to do auditings all over the place and see what's going on. So there is a clear incentive there. So of course, as always, you know, the picture is sometimes good, sometimes bad. I don't want to sound too positive, but overall, the preconditions have to be there, and I'm afraid in many countries of the region they are not there yet.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and I don't want to sound pessimistic drawing this example. I just want to create a balance and reduce the over-optimism of technology, and I think you reflected that as well, Mr. Checki, in your answer. I know, by the way, that Dr. Koso have studied the Prosoro system that was implemented in Ukraine. We'll see if we have time. I'm talking too much, so we probably won't. That would be an interesting example on how to leapfrog in the battle against corruption. But instead, I'll go back to a more relevant question. We heard you explain the blockchain DLT technology. But could you just give us a couple of concrete low-hanging fruit examples on how it could be used to fight corruption? What are the applications?
Yeah, I can, and I will also try to also go a little bit into how that potentially has problems with using it, for example. One example of DLT being used in this context was very early on a project called Exonym by a company called Bitfury. They worked with the government of Georgia on putting a security layer onto their land titles. So they basically had a digital cadastre system already, and together with this company they worked on securing that using a blockchain. And the interesting thing about this project is that they didn't use the blockchain application to store the data, because actually oftentimes DLT applications are not very good in storing large quantities of data, but rather they used it as a security layer on top of it. So they created digital hashes, so digital images, cryptographic images of the data that was stored on it, and they timestamped it and basically gave you an opportunity to double check if your entry in the land registry system would be correct, or if it would be authentic using the DLT system. The problem that you have, of course, with a system like that, and it worked quite well in Georgia, but is the fact that in order to use that, you have to be sure that the data that you enter here is correct in the first place. Because if you use fraudulent or corrupt data and you enter it into a system that gives a sort of certificate on it that it's correct, then you certify the corrupt data, and that's also, of course, not very good. Another example that is quite often cited would be the True Budget application. That's an application that was developed by the German Development Bank, KfW, and that is essentially a project management tool that is based on a DLT application. It's a closed DLT application, so it can be used by, let's say, a donor like the KfW together with partner countries or recipient NGOs, and they can all work onto the same system. They can all install the True Budget software, and through the DLT they will always have sort of the same data, the same ledger on their devices, and they can all write onto it. You can sort of say who has which rights, who can review, and who can write on the ledger, and then you can note, for example, if money was spent by an NGO, if money was passed on by the central bank, or if money was passed through the government budget. That can all be noted onto the same ledger, and there's a certain sort of also common ownership on this ledger and on this database. And that is, of course, good in the context of development finance, but at the same time it also sort of begs the question, do you really need this sort of complicated blockchain system, or could this have been a sort of easier decentralized database? And yet it's a pretty good system, and also has the advantage that it was developed open source, so it's actually freely available. You can look at it, and it's very well documented, and you can access it sort of for free, or at least for free for those who have some development capacities. And for that, it is a pretty good example for it, I would say.
Thank you, thank you. And if I was a dictator and I would use this technology, I would set up a ledger for each citizen when they're born. They will have the identity number and the biometric data in there. And every website you surfed, I'll put in there because it can never be removed. Everything you said and did, I put in there, and I could put scores on each one of you that will be unchangeable, and thereby I could really rank all the citizens and have complete control of all of you. That would be an application, yeah?
Yeah, sounds like you would be a good dictator, huh?
Sounds good. It's scary, yeah? It's scary. Because somebody out there is sitting thinking these thoughts as well. You know, we shouldn't be naive enough to think that all people are do-gooders. Professor Lee, I'll do a two-part question to you. If you could just give us an update on, with this legislation, this act that you were mentioning, where it is at right now in Taiwan. But also, I mentioned to the audience the M-cars, which is essentially police cars equipped with electronic warfare equipment, I would call it, from a military perspective, but it's equipment that can spoof cell phones to connect to cell phone towers in those cars, and the policemen then can record everything that those cell phones are doing. They can geolocate them, they can record the calls, they can record all the data. My second question is there a temptation for us as democracies to use technology that belongs more in autocracies in order to fight corruption, in order to defend democracy? It might be a bit of a complex question, but I'll see what we can get to it.
Okay, thank you for two questions. I will answer the question, the second one. And you experienced what the M car is, and everyone maybe know what main car. M car is a normal car. It drives around the city, and he can detect the SIM cards of the mobile phone. Just then they can locate it, the target's mobile phone, and they can receive also the conversation, and the conversation contents through the telecoms provider. So the question is the police in Taiwan once got a big bribery by this main car. There's the bribery from one legislator. There's a big cases, but this technology is the legality is quite controversial, and recently, as I will mention a case as one criminal organizations claim that they catch the children and demand money from the victim through the mobile phone, and the police used the M car. Found the computer room of this criminal organization and sent to court. But the local court said that the use of the M car is violate the right of the privacy, and offenders was acquitted. And then the High Court overruled the decision and found the offenders guilty. But some day ago, our Supreme Court say, again overrule this decision and say the use of the M car is illegal because the lack of the legal basics. So this is quite big questions. From my viewpoints, I would be say the opinions of the Supreme Court is right. So that is why our government, Minister of Justice, tried to enact a law for a while. In 2020, it's already a draft of the so-called scientific Technology Investigations Act. But this law is, an act is failed because the authorization of the used technology is quite too general at one side. Another question is the used technology, like this technology, for example, the MCAR, didn't know to have the rate of the judge, if necessary. So, from my viewpoint, this act must be modified in terms of the human rights and democracy. This is my answer.
Thank you, thank you. Very valid point, and I'm glad you raised that one. And for my dictator impersonation, it would be really easy. I would have as many MCARs as possible, as many as I could afford. It would be excellent to keep everyone under control and add them to my blockchain. With that, I will take some questions from the audience, yeah? And any female audience member get priority to even out. Everyone can put up their hand. But if, because I can't see the audience, so those with microphone has to pick women first, if there are any.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Pleased to
오늘 여기
meet you.
오니까
Being here today, I am able to listen to very interesting information. It was very useful. In particular, our moderator, always putting on the hat of a dictator, asked very interesting questions indeed. One of the uncomfortable truths that we are faced with related to metaverse and blockchains is that although we say that records are made on the blockchain, but let's say there's a dictator who acts for his own benefits. And I studied criminal law myself. And so such people with technology could exist in administration. They can exist anywhere in our society. And this could infringe on privacy. And so in order to protect the privacy of different individuals, because there is no technology that cannot be hacked, I do believe that prosecutors and judges in the judiciary system need to have insights into the loopholes. And we need to make sure that prosecutors and judges are well aware of these possible issues. And so I wanted to share that opinion of mine. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panel for this very interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if it was a question really, more than a comment. But I sensed some, Dr. Koso might have some, because it was kind of blockchainy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Thank you very much for the kind comments, and I would just would like to switch it a little bit, because you were always giving us these two perspectives of like what would the democracy do and what would the dictator do. I think we don't always have to assume the worst, but just to see that technology can just have different effects in different situations, which is what you basically express. And just an example of something I experienced here in the wider region was when I was working with TI in Cambodia with an app called BribeSpot, which was a bribe reporting app, like basically a crowdsourcing app that had worked very well in Thailand, but not very well in Cambodia. And we looked at some of the reasons. And one was that in Thailand, this was sort of supported by the government. The government explicitly said, oh yeah, this is a good app, please do that, and please give us some data on like bribery so we can fight it. And in Cambodia, the government just didn't have any interest in it, or at least there wasn't a good cooperation between Transparency International and the government. So in Cambodia, that didn't work at all. And at the same time, as well, and these are all anecdotal evidence, or anecdotal examples, of course, but I crossed the border between Vietnam and Cambodia, and in Vietnam, they didn't have a lot of technology on the border. They basically still did it with hand stamps, and there were people running around with money in their passports, like running to the front. It was very obvious that this wasn't the most clean of all procedures. And on the Cambodian side, they had actually like border technology where there were cameras and there was a lot of supervision, and these scenes wouldn't happen. And so in this case, yeah, the Cambodian government totally used the technology, and it helped in the fight against corruption.
Yeah, culture and context matters for success. On the closing part of the question, any technology can be hacked. I mean, we also have to realize that technology develops extremely fast. I mean, take the example of the GTP systems, which, I mean, for us technologists, they've been around for a long time. It's just that they've been made available to a broader public now, which makes them scary to a broader public. But we're also knowing what's above the horizon in terms of technology, with quantum computing as an example, which feels very space right at the moment, far beyond the horizon. But in 10 or 20 years, they will be here, meaning that there will be no crypto technology that will keep anything safe. Can we have another question? It could be one last question before we go close. I don't see if there's any hands. There's one hand over there. It will have to be a quick question. I realize I misread my watch.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
My question is about the boundary between anti-corruption as integrity tools and anti-corruption as political tools or political targeting is often so porous. It's not too clear. So in many countries, both aspiring democracy, political actors use anti-corruption during election, pre-election, post-election, always. And how can technology help?
Thank you. So technology and political integrity, electoral integrity. Who feels up for that question? Yeah, Mr. Ojomo.
Thank you for the question. I think the question gets at the scarcity issue. Whenever you have a resource that's scarce and many people want it, it creates the incentive or the breeding ground for corruption. Elections, elected officials, political offices, that's incredibly scarce in any country. And so we have to know as citizens and as patrons of the nation that that's always going to create incentive for corruption. And so the question in our minds is, how do we leverage technology to prevent corrupt actors from infiltrating those systems? That's never going to change, right? Regardless of how wealthy your country is. Over time, however, the more you practice using these technologies to guard against corruption in these spheres, people's faith and trust in the systems will improve and it'll get better. But I think you've hit a very important nail on the head, which is whenever a resource is scarce and many people want it, we should expect bad actors to use technology to infiltrate the system.
Thank you, Mr. Ojomo. With that, I will do a 90-second sum up because we only have 90 seconds left. We use this opportunity to showcase technology, and there's so much. We could have had 2 days on technology alone. We just skimmed the surface and we tried to keep it accessible to you all. I wanted, with this panel, to showcase that technology has potential. It has proven itself as a good tool to fight corruption in many countries. but it is not a panacea. It needs rule of law. It needs processes and systems and regulatory frameworks in place in order for it to work. It accelerates. It accelerates good and it accelerates evil. We, as a community, as democracies, need to be at least as good as the others to apply this in order for us to keep our countries democratic. And today I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the Korean government and the whole team, also all my colleagues from TI that have been here up on the stage, and those organizing the event behind the scenes. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks again, panelists, and looking forward to the next session.
Thank you very much. I believe that I do speak for the whole audience when I say that that was a very lively and engaging discussion on the role of technology as an accelerator in anti-corruption. So thank you very much. Once again, we will resume for a break. Coffee and refreshments are provided outside in the hall, and please do come back for session 4, which will commence at 5 p.m. I'll see you then. It is time to begin the fourth and final session for today, which is about financial transparency and integrity. During this session, we will delve into anti-money laundering laws, foreign corruption prevention laws, and beneficial ownership transparency. Upon the stage is your moderator and 5 speakers. Heading this session is Professor Anita Ramasastry, the Henry M. Jackson Professor of Law and the Director of the Sustainable International Development Graduate Program at the University of Washington School of Law. She's an expert in the field of anti-corruption, commercial law, sustainable development, and business and human rights. And back in 2021, Professor Ramasastry was appointed as the Special Representative on Combating Corruption at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. So without further ado, I will like to invite Professor Ramasastry to take over the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for sticking around for this last session, which I think will be quite intriguing. To begin, I think we all can agree in the general idea that transparency is important and that as part of this fight against corruption, we do need more access to information. And we're going to really find out about sort of what are the challenges and what's the progress that we've made in this area. But I want to start with just making sort of 5 key points about why transparency is so important now and what brings this issue to life. The first is the pandemic. We haven't really talked that much about it today, but I think we saw through the pandemic that issues of corruption in the area of procurement became a matter of life and death, as we saw the misappropriation of funds and fraud, as hospitals tried to procure personal protective equipment, access to essential medicines and vaccines. So if we haven't learned a lesson from the pandemic about transparency and the need to deal with these issues, I hope we can start to think about that. The second, which we haven't talked about as much, but again, thinking about democracy, is the issue of war. We have conflict around the world today. We did have some questions about Myanmar, but we have conflicts waging in many parts of the world. And so as we try to find the proceeds of corruption that are related to war economies, we find ourselves once again needing that transparency to find the money and to deal with those issues in relation to conflict prevention. So we've gone through pandemics, we're dealing with war. We've had increasing numbers of journalists who keep finding more information. So we've gone from the Panama Papers to the Paradise Papers, and there are new papers and more papers, but they just show to us how much has been hidden, stashed away. The fourth point is that this is kind of the era of open. We've finally moved to this world of openness and open initiatives. Open data, open ownership, open government, open contracting. And so we'll explore a little bit about what these initiatives and these commitments have actually meant over the past decade. And then finally, of course, the big topic that I think we've heard about in almost every session today, which is beneficial ownership reform. As I get older, I remember the old days when this was really a topic that was taboo. We did not want to discuss this, but now we're in this place where governments have made significant commitments, and civil society certainly continues to advocate for more transparency when it comes to the issue of beneficial ownership. So with those points, I really want to introduce our wonderful panel today, who will talk about, I think you'll hear a lot of common themes and threads through each of their remarks, and so I hope that will provide food for your questions and interventions. We'll begin with a keynote from Sanjay Pradhan, who is the CEO of the Open Government Partnership, who's going to talk a lot about the recommendations of the Summit for Democracy, Financial Transparency, and Integrity cohort, as well as the important work with many of the governments that were represented here at the summit in terms of promoting open government, financial transparency, and integrity. We have as speakers Cynthia Gabriel, who was mentioned this morning for her award-winning work fighting corruption. And she's the founder and a board member of the Center to Combat Corruption and Cronyism and is an outspoken voice dealing with corruption and accountability in Malaysia. We're then following Cynthia is Greta Fenner, who is the managing director of the Basel Institute on Governance. And again, she's going to be speaking about some of the work coming out of last year's Summit for Democracy relating to international cooperation. We have next a private sector representative, Chase Sedanius, who's the global head of financial crime and industry affairs of Refinitiv. And I think it's important to see what role the private sector can have in championing integrity, transparency, and beneficial ownership reform. And then our last speaker, Ramdeep China, is an expert of the Asian Development Bank, and she's going to be speaking about a report that she authored for the Asian Development Bank, looking at actually a very interesting study on beneficial ownership transparency in Asia. So we have a great panel, but we'll begin with our keynote speaker. So Sanjay, over to you.
Thank you, Anita. Good afternoon, everyone. If I could, I would give you all an award for sticking around till the end of a long day. This itself is quite meritorious. But I would like to begin by thanking and commending the government of the Republic of Korea for hosting this important meeting. And it's so wonderful and fitting, isn't it, that Korea will be hosting the third Summit for Democracy. Korea is also leads our 75-country Open Government Partnership as steering committee member and former co-chair. Through all this, Korea continues to demonstrate its leadership as a vibrant democratic light in the region and a pivotal partner in our global movement to strengthen democracy. Now, financial transparency is vital for our shared S4D agenda because it can help tackle both external and internal threats confronting democracy. The external threats are coming from aggression across borders, of which Russia's invasion of Ukraine is only the most egregious and visible. Financial transparency can help tackle these external threats, for instance, by exposing the owners of shell companies that are propping up autocrats, undermining democracy across regions. But we must also firmly tackle internal threats to democracy, which are stemming from plummeting citizen trust in governments perceived to be corrupt or captured. Now here, financial transparency can help rebuild citizen trust by ensuring that public resources benefit everybody rather than being captured by the powerful elite. So to this end, an S4D cohort of governments and civil society partners, co-led by OGP, the US government, and the Brookings Institution, has been focusing on financial transparency and integrity. And this week, the cohort issued its call to action for all S4D participants, all of you, to advance 3 priorities for collective action. The first priority, advance beneficial ownership transparency. You see, anonymous companies allow corrupt and illicit funds to be concealed, laundered, and evade taxes. 70% of the biggest corruption scandals between 1980 and 2010 involved anonymous companies. Disclosing the ultimate company ownership can empower investigative journalists, civil society, and law enforcement to follow the money and ensure accountability. Today, 30 OGP countries, from Armenia to Indonesia to the UK, are advancing beneficial ownership transparency through their OGP action plans developed with civil society. More countries should follow their lead, and those that have already opened up their company registers must adopt common data standards so that company data can be compared across jurisdictions, ensuring that corrupt money has nowhere left to hide. The second priority, enhance the transparency and public oversight over procurement contracts. In Ukraine, following an earlier Maidan revolution in 2014, young reformers and activists joined forces and resolved that the massive citizen protests during the Maidan revolution would remain incomplete unless they broke the stranglehold of powerful oligarchs who captured the public procurement process, siphoning precious resources from the public. So they used OGP process to disclose previously opaque contracts, resulting in fiscal savings of $1 billion, 80% of businesses reporting reduced corruption, 50% increase in new businesses, including SMEs, bidding for public contracts. Korea has been an early global leader in this area, and today 70 OGP governments have committed to open contracts. We must ensure credible implementation of this. Third priority, end the misuse of accounting, legal, real estate professional services where some actors, willingly or unwittingly, are enabling transnational grand corruption, fueling organized crime, and facilitating illicit financial flows that are undermining democracy. As gatekeepers of the international financial system, these providers must be an important part of the solution. 2 OGP governments have taken renewed action on this. The United States has committed to actions that will close some money laundering loopholes that these gatekeepers exploit. And a recent review in the UK has called for enhanced supervision and verification of these services. The Financial Action Task Force is driving forward its recommendations. Despite all this, progress has been slow. So let us join together in advancing these 3 priorities for collective action. Let us together forge new global norms that make all public procurement contracts open, that end anonymous companies, that end the misuse of professional services that are enabling corruption. So where do we go from here? S4D has injected an important momentum in the democracy movement, but to sustain this, we need 3 things. First, we need to ensure that all these summit pledges translate into country actions and results. You see, the summit is not the victory we seek. It is a milestone in the journey to results ahead. Second, cohorts like financial transparency must sustain their work as engines of knowledge and collective action. And third, we need continued political leadership, such as what we have seen from Korea today, propelling the S4D agenda, convening leaders on an international stage, and mobilizing political and diplomatic capital to advance the S4D agenda in key global forums such as G20 or the UNCAC. So in closing, at a time when we confront unprecedented threats to democracy and a global rise in authoritarianism, the Summit for Democracy represents a vital collective movement to protect and renew democracy. But to be successful, the movement must be anchored in real actions, such as opening procurement contracts or ending anonymous companies that stop the corrupt from stealing and siphoning precious resources and deliver tangible benefits in the lives of people. I challenge all of us to deliver on the promise of the pledges that we are making, on our soaring rhetoric, and meet the promise of the moment with the substance of our actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. And I think it's fitting, Cynthia, that you are someone who is an activist and who is taking up the challenge to fight corruption. So speak to us from your perspective. You have been dealing with these issues of asset recovery, of the challenges of dealing with enablers, and really the problems of trying to follow the money. So from your perspective, what are those challenges? What remains and what do we need to do? Do you agree with what Sanjay is recommending?
Thank you very much, Anita. I was hoping to answer some questions after my presentation, but let me just say what we are talking about today is really one of the most difficult tasks for civil society. and for investigative journalists, for whistleblowers, and for democracy activists at large. Because what are we talking about? We are talking about holding powerful people to account, to be accountable. And for powerful people to be accountable is one of the most difficult tasks ever, because it's about how they can shape power to harass, intimidate, and violate much of our human rights, up to the point that it can create fear among society, etc. So this is the challenge. But what I was hoping to also do in my presentation was to show why it's also fascinating to start looking at the challenges around anti-corruption work, and why young people, why newsmen, investigative journalists, why more of us need to actually get involved.
Will you go to the podium, or are you? Okay. And I think you have a presentation.
Hello? Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I second what my colleague Sanjay just said about you staying back in the room. I'm hoping this will be a really interesting session. One of the things I wanted to do was to actually describe and show you how difficult it is to do anti-corruption work, and why we're talking today as a network of actors, of stakeholders, and of different people from different backgrounds looking at anti-corruption work as a central pillar to democracy. So I actually wanted to start by also thanking the South Korean government and the United States government for putting the issue of anti-corruption on the table. For a long time, it was always seen as a side issue, as something that wasn't quite important enough to be discussed at a big summit like this. And of course, it's a newer subject matter, so we are actually looking at the future in which anti-corruption work will get more complicated, more sophisticated, and how we actually need to step up the plate to make a difference. So one of the ways I thought was the best way to highlight what Malaysia actually experienced through one of the largest financial crimes in recent history, the 1MDB scandal. And I believe that some of you already know some of the details, but I did want to show you the reality of what we are talking today and how important it is. So the 1MDB scandal actually has three big tranches that the Department of Justice of the United States and several other international jurisdictions have found. But through the Pandora Papers, there have been more revelations of even more money trails, and how complicated it is that it has involved so many international domestic jurisdictions, it has involved so many stakeholders, and it has involved so many different international financial institutions as well. So you will see from the first slide, the first tranche of money called Good Star actually started with 5 billion Malaysian ringgit, so which is public taxpayers' funds, which actually went into the Dish Bank and M-Bank, and then the first joint venture which actually started. You will see the guy there, he's the main middle broker, his name is Jolo. He had actually siphoned off $700 million into his personal companies and bank account. So this is how the money tranche actually went. I'm not going to go into the details, but I'm just going to show you some of the actors. Now, Good Star, the Abu Dhabi, Kuwait company was actually assisted by legal firms. And many of these legal firms are also international legal firms. So what are we talking about? We're talking about banks being involved, we're talking about legal firms being involved, and we're talking about middlemen and brokers working on behalf of the former prime minister of the country. And then these are some of the recipients. The guy on the right used to be the former prime minister that many actors actually tried to hold him to account, including ourselves. So these were the many things that were actually bought with the stolen money. You've got a private bombardier jet, you've got luxury hotels, and party with Hollywood actors and actresses, and the money actually flew all over the world, including making a Hollywood movie that actually won an Oscar nomination, and big Hollywood celebrities that were also involved. This is the second tranche that involved $3.5 billion from Goldman Sachs. And Goldman Sachs is a Wall Street bank. So this is the level of what we're talking about. Wall Street banks, merchant banks, commercial banks were actually lured with so much money that money laundering was taking place at such a grand scale. So I'm still recalling what our FATF president said this morning, that there's so much that was tightened in recent times to make sure that money laundering was not allowed to happen. So for the case of 1MDB, we're looking at Singapore, we're looking at Switzerland, we're looking at the United States, and some of the Middle Eastern countries in which the loot and the money continues to be there. So more proceeds had gone to different companies, different shell companies, the Falcon Bank, the BSI Bank, and many other banks were actually involved. So some of the transfers of the money that had taken place. The guy at the bottom, red granite, is the son-in-law of the prime minister who actually was given money to produce the film, The Wolf on Wall Street. Okay, so these are the recipients. Former prime minister was also there and involved. How the money was actually utilized and distributed. So please look at the money flow, of course, and then where the money actually went. It actually went to buy diamonds for the prime minister's wife, for celebrities, hotels in New York, in London, in Paris, and so on. And to think that the number of banks involved in the 1MDB scandal, as investigative journalists and the Department of Justice pointed out, incorporates all of this, from Goldman Sachs to local commercial banks like M-Bank, to international merchant banks like JP Morgan, Falcon Bank, RBS Coutts, BSI Bank, and it goes on. So, offshore companies. There were just so many offshore companies that were found in the British Virgin Islands. ABBA BVI was one of the bigger ones that was established to actually mirror another company, but this is actually a shell company in which some of the money actually flowed into all of this. Tano Finance and so on were actually shell companies that were used to transfer proceeds and stolen money in the 1MDB scandal. So, okay, let me not go back to this slide first. Okay, so what are we talking about here? I'm using this case study to actually talk to us about where financial transparency and integrity had actually cost the Malaysian people and the Malaysian government a whole lot of complex issues involving our democracy. We had a change of government in 2018, largely because the Malaysian people had wanted answers and had wanted to punish the government that had stolen the money. Of course, there were other issues involved. But since then, the democracy has been incredibly unstable. The democracy has been incredibly turbulent. We've had 4 prime ministers in 4 years, something that Malaysia is not very used to. But this is actually caused by a mega grand corruption scandal. We are struggling with paying the debts of 1 MBB. So as of 2023, we have to pay $32 billion to the different loans that were taken to finance the scheme. We are struggling with the issue of recovery of stolen assets. To some extent, the government-to-government cooperation has been quite progressive and positive, but there has been no transparency around what the process is. So there are some announcements that are made in the press, oh, we have recovered with the help of Singapore, with the help of the United States, this amount, so and so and so. But there's no information that civil society or journalists or any kind of group that can actually look at how to find the information. Now, I know that my time is up, but one of the things I wanted to talk about is how to move forward around transparency and information, and that how we should be building investigative capacities, looking at technology to fight corruption, and building a lot of awareness among local democracy activists about how important it is to incorporate anti-corruption narratives in their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, for showing us visually, but also walking us through how difficult it is to deal with following the money and the enablers that are part of the ecosystem. So appreciate that presentation. Greta, you're going to speak next about another Summit for Democracy initiative and cohort focusing on international cooperation. So we've looked at enablers, we've looked at sort of the challenges of following the money, and of course international cooperation flows from that. So maybe you can talk a little bit about the recommendations from the cohort and your observations about kind of what came out of that you think is novel or innovative.
Thank you, Anita. I'll see about novel and innovative, because although a lot of people today have referred to the fact that it's great that corruption has been put on the agenda, it has been on the agenda for a long time. And so maybe not everything is novel, it's just a matter of actually doing it. A lot of what we heard from Cynthia is in fact the kinds of cases that we discussed in the context of this Moldova-led cohort that I've been asked to report about to this group, a cohort that we have co-led, well, obviously with the government of Moldova as well as Transparency International. I'd like to just point out to another interesting fact, namely there were 3 cohorts that sort of dealt with corruption, the one that Sanjay talked about, the Moldova-led on international cooperation / investigation asset recovery, and there was a 3rd one led by Bulgaria on anti-corruption policy. And I did, which we also co-led together with another organization. And I do find that quite revealing that 2 out of 3 cohorts on the anti-corruption topic come from Eastern Europe. It's not a surprise. We've known corruption is a huge problem for a long time, and these countries have felt it more than any other country at the latest, but actually before even the outbreak of Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, and they are immediately threatened. Their democracies are more threatened than any other because we have allowed, we as in our governments, for more or less justified geopolitical reasons, in my personal opinion, have allowed this kleptocracy to grow and undermine all democratic structures, and in Eastern Europe they are feeling the brunt of it now. So I do think it's great that 2 of the 3 cohorts come from that region. They really know what they're talking about. So this cohort, I've got a few slides. I won't go through every point, but it's sometimes easier if it's also written on the screen. As I said, is on international cooperation, asset recovery. I think it's been a very participatory effort. We've had people from 27 countries talk in very lively sessions around challenges like the ones that Cynthia pointed us to. We had a very, very good civil society participation, and we came up with recommendations that have been published just a couple of days ago, and I'll just go through some of the more innovative, hopefully, or novel ones, Anita. I think just taking us back, and Cynthia, again, you referred to the fact that in the 1MDB case, we saw some good international cooperation. And I think generally speaking, participants in this cohort agreed that in terms of international cooperation, there have been improvements. I mean, hopefully there were, because we've been talking about it for very, very long, right? And yes, today the topic is finally really high on the international agenda, or people at least talk about it, but we continue to have massive challenges. We have lots of territories that are non-cooperative when it comes to international cooperation, or highly intransparent when it comes to international cooperation. I'm not giving out any secrets when I say the process of mutual legal assistance, which is still essential when it comes to international cases, is incredibly bureaucratic and slow, and resources are not available, including in the most advanced jurisdictions. And then the point about political will, we don't need to say more. I think what's also becoming really problematic in these major cases, and I'm sure 1MDB had its share of that too, is that corruption fights back with all its power. And our teams that work around the world in over 40 countries on large investigations feel it every day, and it goes all the way down to death threats, threats to families, lawsuits, no end on prosecutors, and of course activists. So it's not become, we've seen progress, but I think they're fighting back so hard that in fact we're probably up for a harder battle now, maybe because it's been so high on the political agenda. Highlighting just a couple of the recommendations. We've heard here a lot about pledges, and I think, Sanjay, you said it right. You know, it's great to have this summit, but we want countries to finally do what they pledge to do every year, and we're not seeing enough of it, and we're not seeing enough transparency and accountability, and that was a huge concern. The second point, clearly no doubts, this group talked no end about beneficial ownership and the need for transparency of this data, and not selective transparency, you know, true, meaningful transparency. Yes, data privacy is a concern, but transparency in, you know, wide transparency overrules potentially that concern, or at least they have to be really carefully looked at. I think the regulation of all these enablers also needs to be tightened at the supervision, and these are kind of the most important points that I wanted to bring in terms of transparency. What has also come out very strongly, and almost, not quite, but conclude on this one. No, I'll come back, first of all, international cooperation. I think participants, both from government and civil society, said we need more transparency when it comes to MLA, and we need to be more honest about putting pressure on the jurisdictions that don't cooperate. We know very well which jurisdictions don't cooperate, and it's not acceptable that we accept this any longer, especially when we have the weight of major countries like the United States, like Korea, behind this summit. We need to request other jurisdictions to be participating in this effort. I'll conclude, because I'm running out of time, but I'll conclude with the first point here on stakeholder collaboration on two notes. First of all, there was a huge frustration among participation about the lack of take-up by government entities, investigative authorities in particular, of the wealth of data that has been produced by civil society, investigative journalists, the media. They are sitting in their offices in most cases trying to investigate. Sometimes I see that personally, sending mutual legal assistance requests to other jurisdictions on information that's on Google. You know, not even having to drill into the Panama paper database, but it's on Google. So enforcement people always fear the media and CSOs. They are their best friends if they were only to use that information. And so I'll conclude on that, referring again to Peter Eigen this morning. Peter, you gave a wonderful speech. It's great to see you again. On the multi-stakeholder engagement, which is something that you've been fighting for forever, and my institute as well. And I just want to say, this cohort, from my experience, was probably the first time, and that is an encouraging note, Anita, we're talking about positive stories, where I felt, and I think Transparency International, Gillian, we talked about it this morning, agrees, we were sitting at the same table with the government of Moldova. We had exactly the same voice, and our comments were integrated just as much as the government. It was not a government-led plus two nice CSO technical advisors. The three of us worked really hand in hand on equal footing, and that was a true positive experience, and I hope we see a lot more of these sincere engagements going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Greta, for that. And you raised one point that I think hasn't come through as much today about corruption fighting back and corruption defenders. Another topic I think that we shouldn't forget, and so add that to our list in terms of actions we need to take. Shay, you're here as someone representing the private sector, and you've partnered in a multi-stakeholder way with civil society and with government. So maybe you can talk to us about, again, the perspective of what's in it for the private sector and what it means to engage on beneficial ownership reform.
Yeah, no, happy to, and thank you as well to the organizers and Transparency International for joining this summit today. It's my first time not only at the summit but in Korea, and it's absolutely a delight. And I have to say that it's one of the most well-organized conferences I've certainly been to in terms of keeping to the schedule. So thank you very much for the invitation. So the first thing I'll say in terms of our engagement and our observations in terms of some of the challenges but also opportunities. But before I do that, I do recognize, and I read the Seoul Declaration that was part of the package, and I was delighted to see that there was very much a recognition that corruption in its various forms is multidimensional. And it impacts a whole host of issues. It impacts not only the graft issue, of course, but it has a human trafficking element. It has a sustainability element, something that we at Refinitiv call green crime, that sustainability and financial crime are interlinked. Illegal logging, illegal fishing, illegal mining are very much enabled by corruption. And we know that theoretically, we know that through our data. And I'll get into how I'm backing that view up. So for those who may be less familiar, so who is Refinitiv? What do we do? So we are a data provider to both the private sector and the public sector for either purposes of meeting their regulatory obligations, like banks who need to meet their anti-money laundering obligations, to corporates who are managing their supply chain risks, or to the public sector, including the prosecutors and financial intelligence units, as far as when they start building up cases and trying to uncover the different shell companies and corporate structures that are, of course, global. They're designed to be opaque, and they're designed to be quite difficult to uncover. So that essentially is what we do. So what does that mean? We're a bit like the connecting tissue within the ecosystem. So we work very closely with NGOs. We work very closely with law enforcement. We work very closely in the private sector overall. And so we are for transparency, obviously. And I'll get into what the challenges are in that space, because we work with the public registries themselves. So I'll share with you the state of affairs in that regard. On the importance of cooperation and collaboration. So transparency is a prerequisite, but it's not enough. You actually really do need to collaborate and cooperate in a better way. And I'll give some tangible examples of what that's meant for us. So the first thing that I'll point to is our collaboration with the South African government and something called the South African AML, or Anti-Money Laundering Task Force, which is the first public-private partnership in the sub-Saharan sub-Saharan African region, to really bring experts together to really tackle some concrete predicate offenses. The first project that we did, which we just published jointly 2 weeks ago on modern-day slavery, on actual data. What's the criminal profile look like? Which jurisdictions do they operate under? Not just within sub-Saharan Africa, by the way, the transnational links. And that report, I'm feel incredibly proud to really highlight in practical terms based on some of our data and the research experts, both in the public and the private sector. So that's one example, and we're going to continue to do that going forward. United for Wildlife, started by Prince William to look at wildlife trafficking. So again, we're using our data and the data that's there to actually pinpoint where the traffickers operate, how do they do it. So there's a financial side, obviously, in terms of the financial transaction piece, but there's also the distribution piece. So there's a transport there's a transport task force that comprises of the airline sector, the shipping companies on that. So there's a lot of work that we're doing in that space. Law enforcement, they're absolutely essential because they are the enforcement arm of what we're doing. And I have to say that I've been incredibly positive to work with Interpol. And I say that because they're going to celebrate their 100th year anniversary this year. And in October of last year, when they held a General Assembly, because they're looking to expand and broaden the way they operate, because it's quite a conservative organization for those who have dealt with Interpol. But they needed to pass a resolution to ask their members, 195 of them, can we expand who we cooperate with? Not just within ourselves, but actually the Egmont Group or the financial intelligence units, the private sector and NGOs. And they passed that resolution by 99.1%, which was historic for what I understand. That is not the end, but it's a prerequisite. So now we're working with them to understand, okay, what does that mean in practice? How can we bring our best intelligence and use existing resources in the system in a much more effective way? And then the last I'll mention is, and I'm out of time, is there's a lot of work that we're doing at the B20 level, and as Greta knows as well as being part of it, we formed a group called the Global Coalition to Fight Financial Crime, which represents the ecosystem, law enforcement, banks, NGOs, to bring our best insights. And very quickly on the challenges, frankly, there's more to be done on the public registry piece. Only half of the public registers that are currently in existence, about 237 of them, have any information on directorships. 43% of public registries have no information on shareholders whatsoever. There's a huge issue in terms of the data that's being incomplete, out of date, and no one actually verifies that the information is usable. The second is lack of interoperability, and this was mentioned before. It's an essential piece, because having a good public register in one jurisdiction means absolutely nothing if you actually can't compare it in another jurisdiction, because they're designed that way. So I think that's the other piece. In terms of data, from our perspective, another challenge is the exponential growth of unstructured data, which basically means that, because we get a lot of information from journalists, from reputable media sources, sanctions lists, and others, and it's how we can do it in a better way, where my name, for instance, can be spelled a whole variety of names. And so having more structured data capability would then solve for will bring more effectiveness and also reduce financial exclusion, which is a huge problem, particularly in regions that share a similar last name. Lack of enforcement is a huge issue. Companies their behavior will be based on incentives. In the current structure, the incentive structure is just not there. And then the last piece is, I think there's more parties here to include in terms of the incentives piece. Rating agencies have a role to play, because if they start using corruption or other metrics, if you will, as part of the evaluation process on the sovereign rating, that will have an effect on a country's, the amount that they have to pay in terms of the rate when they go out to the market. Corporate ratings, what does a company actually do to address these issues that will have an effect on a corporate rating when they're trying to issue a bond? Regulators have an important role to play in terms of including what banks are doing as part of their capital structure and the capital that they issue to banks. Because once you start twiddling with the return on equity in the private sector, then you start to see actual behavior. And I think those are aspects that can be considered. But I appreciate I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Jay. And Ramandeep, your study is really looking again at how different governments are actually implementing beneficial ownership legislation. So if you can walk us through some of the key findings of your study.
Working? You can hear me well? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Anita. I would just like to begin with thanking the Government of Korea, Transparency International, and other partners for this invitation to participate in the second Summit for Democracy. And I'm very pleased and honored to share today at this forum with you all the findings of my recent report, which was commissioned and very recently published by the Asian Development Bank in December 2020, which is on beneficial ownership transparency in Asia and the Pacific. So as a part of this study or report, we have analyzed ongoing reforms, challenges and opportunities relating to beneficial ownership transparency in 9 jurisdictions in Asia and the Pacific region, and this includes 5 Indo-Pacific countries. And what we have found what we have found as a part of our analysis is that there is a varying degree of awareness and support for beneficial ownership reforms in the region, and as a result of which the beneficial ownership transparency landscape has developed very unevenly across the countries. There are some countries, such as Papua New Guinea, which still has to impose legal obligation on their companies and legal entities to obtain and disclose beneficial ownership information. There are countries such as Timor-Leste which have taken some initial steps, but they still have to work on their laws and regulations which are not clear in this area of how they will ensure this transparency of beneficial ownership. There are countries we have heard today, such as Indonesia and Philippines, which have made a good progress by establishing the beneficial ownership registers. But there is still a lot of work that needs to be done in order to ensure the quality of information that is there on the registers. The countries are also facing pressing questions about what Greta has mentioned about the public disclosure of information from these registers and how to balance it with the fundamental right to privacy and data protection. We have looked at Mongolia as well, which has also taken steps to collect and to maintain the BO information, and they are still working on the digitalization of beneficial ownership information, what Chair has mentioned about interoperability of data in order to ensure that the data they are collecting, it's a quality data. So, as a part of this study, we have, based on our analysis, what we have identified is that the countries in the region, they are facing some common challenges in ensuring beneficial ownership transparency or in implementing beneficial ownership reforms, which are both at legal and regulatory level, policy level, as well as technical level. And they range from the lack of clear, or if I would say a clear, uniform definition of beneficial ownership or beneficial owners in their laws and regulations. You find there are different definitions on beneficial ownership in different laws, and also the definitions, they do not cover all the elements which should be there. Countries are facing technical and practical challenges as to how they could collect and maintain and verify the beneficial ownership information. There are countries which are still relying on paper format, PDF format, Excel to collect BO information. As Chair has mentioned, the data is not structured. There is no interoperability of data, and this also relates to lack of resources. There are issues surrounding also identification of politically exposed persons as beneficial owners, and what should be the reporting requirements on them to report as beneficial owners of any companies or any legal arrangements or trusts. And finally, what we have identified as a challenge is sanctions and enforcement mechanism, which has not been fully developed even within the legal and regulatory framework. And there has also been gaps in the implementation of these sanctions in case there is a failure to report or disclose beneficial ownership information. So based on the challenges which we have identified as a part of this research or report, the study has made some recommendations while highlighting what are some of the good practices from other jurisdictions, both within the region and outside the region, as to how the policymakers and the implementers could move forward when they are implementing beneficial ownership reforms. And they range, there are a range of these, if I would say, key considerations for them, including how they can have this robust, clear, all-comprehensive definition of beneficial owner, what are the scope of entities which should be covered within the disclosure regime, applying a combination of verification mechanisms in order to ensure that the information they are collecting is accurate and it's up to date, and also applying a combination of sanctions, not only monetary sanctions, but also civil, criminal, on both natural and legal persons, and covering wide range of misconduct in this field in case there has been a violation of beneficial ownership requirements. And one of the key recommendations that has been made by this report, which is in line with what the revised FATF recommendation 24 is, for countries to adopt a multi-pronged approach, that is using a multiple sources of information, company register, beneficial ownership register, and other additional supplementary measures that complement each other in order to ensure that there is a quality information. I'm wrapping up. The study also emphasized and highlighted the establishment of beneficial ownership registers as an emerging global trend and as one of the good practices based from what other jurisdictions have seen, provided the information is accurate there and adequate, to provide timely access to competent authorities on beneficial ownership. And finally, what Greta has mentioned as well, we have been hearing earlier on, one of the crucial elements which has been identified in the study based on its analysis of the level of progress in different countries in the region is the need for high-level political commitment to deliver and to support beneficial ownership reforms, without which it is very difficult to achieve the desired outcome, what we have been all looking, related to financial transparency and integrity, and to fight corruption. Thank you.
Thank you all. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask each of you to be brief and brilliant, so you can just respond very briefly to a follow-up question. So, Sanjay, I'm going to begin with you. You've already shared with us recommendations from your cohort. So what role do you see for the Open Government Partnership in really helping drive the action that you're calling for?
Okay, so basically OGP can help advance this S4D agenda at 3 levels: country level, thematic level, global level, very quickly. At the country level, as Greta said, the real challenge will be to make sure that these summit pledges and speeches don't remain high-level rhetoric, but translate into country actions and results. OGP is an action platform. Over the last 11 years, government and civil society across our 77 member countries have implemented 5,000 reforms, including translating global commitments into country actions. So after the London Anti-Corruption Summit, 20 OGP countries took the global commitments and translated into country actions. And OGP has government-civil society collaboration, so civil society can monitor and hold governments to account. So that's the first thing that it can do. Second is OGP can help advance the thematic priorities that are coming, like fighting corruption in this panel, or protecting civic space, by mobilizing communities of practice, global cohorts. We have focus groups of governments and civil society partners who are advancing reforms in particular areas. So we have 70 OGP governments that are advancing open contracts, 30 OGP countries advancing beneficial ownership transparency. What are we trying to do, and what can we do for S4D? The idea is to get to a tipping point, a critical mass, where the country that's not doing it is under pressure to follow suit. And then lastly, OGP can help at the global level by maintaining this global political momentum we have here through our own global convening. So on September 6th to 7th, folks, please make note, the government of Estonia will be hosting the OGP Global Summit, to which all of you are invited and registration is now open. After this moment in March, that will be the next big democracy-oriented moment, where we will be asking countries to report on progress in translating S4D commitments into country OGP action plans, but also by convening leaders across 75 member countries, growing number of local governments, thousands of civil society organizations and international partners. We want to continue this process of forging a stronger global coalition, a positive global force for democracy, and a countervailing force against the rise of authoritarianism.
And if for some reason we can't pack our bags for Estonia, will there be a virtual participation?
Absolutely,
Okay.
it will be. In fact, Government of Korea hosted our last summit. They were the chairs in 2021. Because of the pandemic, it was virtual, so we've learned a lot from that. Korea did a great job, so we will be doing a hybrid. So yeah, but come visit.
Excellent. Thank you. So Cynthia, you've talked about the challenges and you showed us visually how hard it was to figure all of this out. What about some of the progress that you've seen through this challenge?
There was some amount of progress, definitely. Since 2018, once the government changed, the first thing that was done was the setting up of something called the National Financial Anti-Crime Center, which basically brought law enforcement together to share intel. Something that never happened before, because the 1MDB scandal earlier also showed that one of the law enforcement actually leaked some information to the former Prime Minister. So it was very important to now share intelligent information and to look at that. So this center still exists, and there is a number of other crimes that are being investigated by this center. So that's the first thing. The second is the mooting of political financing laws in the country and beneficial ownership transparency regulations, not to the point of legislation, but beneficial ownership is something that is being initiated by the Companies Commission of Malaysia to actually look at amending the Companies Act so that proxies no longer can be at the forefront of registered companies. But what is not there in the beneficial ownership framework for Malaysia is the word transparency. So it is not going to be transparent, but it is a process that perhaps government agencies might benefit from actually knowing now that they are real directors, they are real faces and real directors. Because we had a previous scandal where there were about 40 charges of where the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission was investigating a former chief minister, but because he used his uncles, aunties, family members, grandmothers, and everything to be the directors, there is no way to actually charge him directly for abuse of power. So the Companies Act is being amended. And there is also amendments to the Whistleblower Protection Act. And I think civil society, some of my friends are in the room here. We've been moving and mooting this whole thing for access to information. So as long as the secrecy laws that will overwhelm the information structure, we're going to not be sure that another 1MDB will not take place. So this is the danger, and this is where I think we need to fast track a lot of the reforms.
Great, thanks. And will we see you in Estonia as well? Yeah, so you'll be there. Good. So Greta, I'm going to ask a question that's a slightly different, taking us in a different direction, but we've been talking about we need cooperation, we need transparency, and there's been a lot of discussion about the need for an international anti-corruption court as sort of the big solution to all of our problems. So what is your reaction to that recommendation?
We just heard that the event in Estonia is the solution, so we probably don't need the court. But Sanjay, allow me to challenge you first before I answer Anita's question. Every day should be a major democracy day, not the summit in Estonia. That should just be nice to have, and we can all talk about it, but we should really focus on the everyday work. But I know you agree with me in many ways, so it's just a bit of a... We need to challenge each other, right, on the panel. On the court, it's a very appealing idea. because it would be fantastic to have the golden bullet that solves our problem. But so the court, the International Corruption Court, Anti-Corruption Court, we don't know all that many details of the actual concrete proposal, which makes it really hard to comment. But what it wants to achieve is to be able to investigate corruption cases in countries that either can't or won't investigate. And that's a noble effort, right? A noble idea. But the challenges that we already have today will not be solved, in my opinion. First of all, we can already do that because we already have the possibility of externalizing investigations. So my country, any other country which has money flowing through their jurisdictions, can investigate for money laundering and just pick up the burden if that country is overburdened or won't. Where it will be problematic is that a country that does not want to investigate its elite is also not going to provide you with any mutual legal assistance. And it will not provide a court any of that information either. So the court will have exactly the same problems as the investigators today have in other jurisdictions. In fact, even worse, because a court, every single investigative step it does that concerns anything, concerns another jurisdiction. So for everything they do, they will be more reliant than a normal investigator on MLA. So I really, you know, I'm a great fan of the noble idea, but in fact, in practice, I fear, Anita, it's going to be distracting resources, distracting attention, and I think we know what we need to do, and it's already today possible. But thanks. I think it's important to discuss it transparently here, talking of open.
Great. Thank you for those views, Greta. And Che, back to, again, you mentioned, you know, you have a business interest in transparency, but for the rest of the private sector, what is the case for, how can they become champions for this transparency?
So I think the narrative needs to be what the impact is if you get caught not doing the right thing. But that's also a function of the culture of the organization that you're working with. And there's some, like anything else, like there's good countries and less good countries. There's good companies and less good. And so very much the tone from the top is very much there. But the way we certainly speak with our customers, with our clients, with industry overall, that it's in your interest to protect the value of your franchise rather than chasing short-term gain. Because studies have been shown that with more diversity at the board, with a longer-term view of revenue seeking and profit seeking, it's just a more stable environment to operate in. But that's not, of course, to say that it's quite difficult for some companies, and we heard from our Japanese representative, to deal in jurisdictions where, you know, it's just a very difficult environment to work in. So you're faced with a choice. Either you play or you leave. And so I think so I think that question is incredibly important. And I would propose, and I hope, that we need to bring in more private sector actors to tell you what the real world actually looks like from their perspective. And so I think this gets into the incentives piece. I think the incentives piece is in there, both on the positive and on the negative, to punish, but also to award and reward companies who are trying to do the right thing, potentially at an expense of business opportunities. So I think that the incentive structure is not there, and I think we can come up with what that looks like. So it's not enough just to say, I want to do the right thing because it's the right moral thing to do. I want to do the right thing because it's good business practice. And I think that really hasn't, that narrative hasn't translated, I think, in a way that it could.
Thanks. And again, I think another big incentive is tying transparency to procurement. Government procurement is one big carrot. So Ramandeep, you know, with the European Union, with the European Court of Justice decision focusing on issues of transparency and the 5th Anti-Money Laundering Directive, what's your opinion or view on this issue of public access to beneficial ownership data? Is there a way to balance privacy interests?
Thank you so much for this very interesting question. And I think we this has been the decision of the European Union Court of Justice. It's crucial, and in my opinion, it's a big blow to what we have achieved so far relating to beneficial ownership transparency, especially in the EU, and also because that has been something which has been followed by other countries, and we always cite that as a good practice to have public beneficial ownership registers. So now what has happened is that EU Court of Justice has declared the provision of the 5th Anti-Money Laundering Directive as invalid, which requires the countries to provide public access to their central beneficial ownership registers. And this has been based on the grounds that it is against the fundamental human rights or fundamental right of privacy and data protection. But if you all ask my opinion on public beneficial ownership registers, we all understand, and based on what we have seen in the past few years, these registers, which are open to public, they are extremely useful for a number of reasons. First, in ensuring the quality of beneficial ownership data, which quite a number of countries are struggling with, that the data is accurate there, and if we have public registers, civil society, public and academia, they can check, they can report, even companies can report. Second, they are important because the decision is mainly from the AML-CFT perspective, but countries have different policy goals. So it is anti-corruption, it's business integrity, it's competitiveness, so all that is relevant when we talk about public beneficial ownership registers. And as I've mentioned, in the past few years, we have seen a good number of case studies from different jurisdictions where the data from these public beneficial ownership registers have been used to uncover conflict of interest. It has been used for corruption investigations as a lead. And so there are good case studies and examples of this. So in my opinion, if I would say, it is still a good practice to have an open and it's a public beneficial ownership register, but it is also important that it should be carefully balanced with the right to privacy and data protection at the same time.
Great, thanks. I have two rights of reply or follow-ups. So first, Che, we'll go to you, and then Sanjay wants to debate whether every day should be Democracy Day or just Estonia. So, Che?
Yeah. So I wanted to tie it to the point that was just made, and also address an implicit question that you had that I didn't explicitly answer. And then I thought about it, wait a minute. Do we as a company have a financial or commercial interest for more transparency? I don't think it would make one bit of difference if it was opaque or not. I mean, I just mentioned the figures on the public registries. It's not like the data is fantastic, it's terrible. But companies buy it from us anyway. And what do they say? Well, Che, how can you make sure that the data from public registers is any good? I says, I can't. I can only go so far. But we try to do, but there's a reason why we have 500 researchers globally. We cover 65 languages, 190 different countries. And the reason why we spend so much time on human intelligence, on top of natural language processing and other stuff, is because of that, right? They are like investigators, right? They're taking, Che owns a little piece here in Iceland, and actually that's also connected to Zambia, and to uncover that piece. So to answer, if there was an implicit piece that, transparency and a commercial interest, I don't think it would make any difference whatsoever. The outcome would be better, and that's why I'm here. Because the outcome at the moment is terrible. We've been at this for 30 years, if you want to use Financial Assessment Task Force as a measuring stick. 30 years, and yet we're achieving a less than 1% outcome if you want to use the UNODC study. I mean, that's a proxy, but that's the one that's being mentioned. So that's why we are here, because it has societal implications, tax implications, it deals with social issues like human trafficking, sustainability. So that really is why we're committed, and that's just part of the culture that I come from in the organization that I look after.
Very quickly, Sanjay, and then we'll go to questions if there are any.
So Greta, I love your challenge because I totally agree that it's democracy every day. I was, of course, referring to a big global geopolitical moment, but I think your point is really good. I want to take it a step further because when we think of democracy, we tend to equate it often with elections, where citizens cast their vote once every 4 or 5 years, and then they go back. But what we are discussing here in an open government approach is to empower citizens to shape budgets, to oversee contracts, to oversee company ownership. So we're trying to get citizens to not just cast their vote once every 4 years and go back, but shape and oversee government every single day, which is why I think your point on democracy every day is so profound. And we call it democracy beyond the ballot box. Open government is not just democracy at the ballot box, but it's also beyond the ballot box. And only when we do this, we will deliver on the precious promise of democracy, which was beautifully expressed by one of OGP's founders, former US President Obama, who said, the purpose of democracy, the purpose of open government is to ensure government truly serves its citizens rather than itself. And you get that through transparency, participation, inclusion. So I think it was a very good point.
So I see Greta may be also warming up for another response. But before we get to that, which we will, any questions from the audience? So I see someone in the back. I see several questions over here. Any on this side? So the gentleman in the back.
Hi, I'm Niranjan Sahu from India. I have a question to Sanjay. In the context of financial transparency, illicit flows, which is a very valid point to fight the corruption at the global level, I just wanted to flag the issue of kleptocracy. Kleptocracy is one of the major issue which is now drawing attention. In the context of Russian, that Ukraine war, and the fat kleptocrats, how they have actually created a geopolitical, crisis. We have kleptocracy all around, Central Asia, within Asia, and what the example of Malaysia, that one MD, scandal. The problem is that the kleptocrats have become so powerful and so entrenched that they easily, bribe the politicians with their ill-gotten money. They influence the public opinion because it's easy to penetrate and shape the public opinion in their favor, and also influence distort the democratic process, by funding heavily the electoral process, the campaign finance. So question is, institutions like OGP and several other multilateral agencies, what are the plans? How to tackle this growing phenomena of kleptocracy?
Thanks, and just in state capture as well. So we have why don't we take 2 more questions and then we'll come back to round out the panel. We have one more over here, and then Peter.
Hi, Lisa Elgas, based in Bangkok. I'd like to go back to the statement made by the government representative from Tuvalu this morning, who discussed the issue about corruption and climate change. That both the democracy and the future of his country, the inability to address that could be an issue of corruption. We also know that, and it was discussed on the panels, that if you could sequester some of the money that was lost to corruption, potentially we could finance climate change and solve many of the world's problems with mitigation and adaptation. We also know that corruption is fueling the delay to effective climate change mitigation. There is a reluctance to move away from oil, gas, and coal. We also know that it can undermine the impact of the immediate, and as it is said, we need to make significant change in the next decade if we're going to avoid serious environmental catastrophe. On these issues, I think I would like to hear more from the panel on what your thoughts are and how you can actually ensure that climate money will have to make a difference, especially in countries, perhaps LDCs that are lower on the development spectrum, as another panelist has suggested, where the certainty that, or assurance that climate money will have an impact because you cannot identify beneficial owner transparency and so on. You're not sure. You're working in a corrupt country. How can you make that effective? How can you do that, really? So those are the thoughts. And another thought was why we don't have a representative from financial institution on this panel, as I think their best practices might also be useful for the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think Peter had a question, and then we're going to come back to the panel.
Thank you very much. I don't know to whom to address this question. Probably I simply want to link up to this wonderful controversy between Greta and Sanjeev. I want to make today's discussions a day of democracy. And therefore I'm asking myself a little bit what is happening to all the wonderful work which has been done last year, for instance, by the various cohorts. I know that the recommendations of the financial cohort is clear. It was made public and it is sitting in our papers. But I don't know what is happening to your recommendation. What is even more complicated in my mind is the question what is going to happen to the so-called Seoul Declaration, which is basically presented to us as we, the government representatives at today's meeting, we are taking all of these decisions, 2 pages, which I'm not sure everybody has seen at this conference. So the question is, what is our plan in looking at this, discussing it, and perhaps take a consensus of our meeting on this so that we get a stronger commitment for the future. I mean, this issue on kleptocracy and the work which has been done last year on this, extremely exciting. Again, what are we doing in that field? Have we consolidated some view on this with our sort of multi-stakeholder approach today and yesterday? Or are we going to just let this sit in our big bookshelves in the future? So this is a basic question which I have, and I simply would be interested what the conference is planning to do with this.
Thank you. Fitting question to end. So we have 3 questions. One about sort of political capture by kleptocrats. What can we do about that? What can OGP? Second is about climate and the issue of beneficial ownership, and sort of, again, thinking about how can we prevent with climate financing corruption. And the third is, what about all of these different kinds of recommendations? Where are they going? Where are we going? So you've each got less than a minute. So Ramandeep, I'm going to start with you, and we'll make our way back to Sanjay. Last remarks.
Yes, so as my last remarks, I would just like to emphasize, and what we have been discussing since this morning is the significance of beneficial ownership transparency in the fight against corruption, money laundering, terrorist financing, tax evasion, and other crimes. And this has been very well recognized internationally. But at the same time, what we have seen and what we have discussed and what has been highlighted in this panel and throughout the day today is there is a lot of work that still needs to be done in this field, both at country levels, by the governments, by private sector, by civil society, and also at the international level. That is in ensuring effective cooperation between countries in exchange of this information on beneficial ownership, where the companies are incorporated or registered in different jurisdictions. I would just like to emphasize on one more point, which I have come across based on my experience, is there is still a lot of work as regards to awareness raising and capacity building. And this is not only when I say at the government level, but private sector and with companies too, because the companies are one which are required to disclose this information on beneficial owners. And they need to understand this concept of beneficial owners, and there is a lot of work that is still required in this field.
Thank you. Jay?
Great observation about the sustainability point, and I'll try to unpack that briefly. I don't know how brief or how insightful it's going to be, but I'll do my best.
It has to be brief.
Yeah, it has to be brief. So the whole sustainability agenda is on two types of tracks. There's a kind of the moral, ethical track in terms that's the right thing to do. There's 3 tracks. The second track is there's a regulatory structure to incentivize institutional capital to invest in those types of activities via the ESG metrics. And then there's the criminal aspect in terms of making environmental crime true. Well, it is a crime, it's a predicate offense, but no one has actually focused on this issue. There's been no enforcement, there's been no action taken by anyone, by any enforcement agency to track this. And it's not to say that this doesn't happen, or people or organizations, private sector organizations, aren't aware of it. They are. We did a study 2 years ago that asked, do you think or are you aware that your supplier or your counterpart isn't involved in some type of activity that may be illegal related to environmental crime? And 74% said yes. Well, why aren't you doing anything about it? Now I'm paraphrasing, because there's no enforcement, right? So it gets back into, it's not an awareness question, it's a practice question. And so I think there's a lot there that we can do.
Thanks. Greta.
Well, I think environmental crime is something that's getting more attention, but climate financing and the risks related to climate finance instruments remains heavily underexplored. And to be honest, we also are challenged because it's very special. So it really, this is an area, Lisa, it's good you're bringing it up. There needs to be a lot more done on this. Second point I want to make in terms of Peter's question, we've tried to set up an accountability mechanism to start monitoring through civil society, you know, commitments, for example. Governments pledge, I don't know how many things every G20 summit, they pledge so many things. It's very difficult, strangely enough, to find a donor who wants to finance that sort of stuff. So in response to your question, a challenge still to be tackled. Sanjay, I'll just take our challenge one step forward and maybe we can continue then in Estonia, because I 100% subscribe, of course, to what you say, yet I pay my taxes. In Switzerland, I vote I don't know how many times a year on something or other. Don't I at some point want to be given a break as a citizen and rely on my government and the people I pay with my tax money, the parliamentarians who should really consider themselves to be service public and not service individuel? Could I at some point as a citizen expect my government, my administration to do the job and not always expect me to do it? So I think I agree with you, but at some point, what do we have a government for, frankly speaking? So talk to you in Estonia.
Cynthia.
I just wanted to respond to Sanjay's point about open government and democracy. There was a slogan in Malaysia, of course in the lead up to elections, but it's still resonating. It's called, people are the boss. Are the boss. So that essentially actually means that we need to take greater control of how we shape public policy and so on. Okay, my response to state capture is that this is exactly what we experienced in Malaysia. So that's why it's really very, very critical to develop institutions that are independent. Law enforcement that's independent, financial institutions that are independent. And so it matters little then what kind of government is in place, because the institutions itself will actually serve as a very important democratic pillar of checks and balance. And that was something we didn't have. And that is something that we actually really need to develop. But I also wanted to stress on the point of business integrity, because I believe that's where the weak link was, that the businesses were allowed to just have a free hand in bringing in the money, the revenue, and actually enriching themselves because of a lack of rules and regulations. So how can we actually convince the business community? I hope there would actually have been more of them present today, that the business community needs to be convinced that it's actually in their benefit to start incorporating corporate governance rules and to start looking at how, for example, political financing laws will actually benefit them, so they don't have to keep feeding bribes to political parties and so on and so forth. But that's the challenge domestically. The one point I wanted to add that we learned also is that we really require international solidarity and communication with journalists, with whistleblowers, with investigators, because we couldn't do it alone in uncovering the scandal. So my question back to all of us to consider is, what do we need to strengthen in the criminal justice system internationally? Because for the 1MDB scandal, the kleptocrats, some of them, are still hiding in safe havens and they can't be found. So where is Interpol in all this and all the international agencies that are supposed to help? Something is not working. So if it's not the courts, then what?
Right. And so Sanjay, really quick.
Yes, yes. So on the question from India, obviously when you have authoritarian populists or authoritarian kleptocrats who have amassed power and put a stranglehold undermining institutions, that's hard. Two things. One is, in terms of what we are discussing, a lot of these kleptocrats are hiding their money in Western capitals. So beneficial ownership, transparency, and cross-border cooperation on that will help clamp some of it. Secondly, if you look at the life cycle of these authoritarian kleptocrat populists, they first capitalize on citizen distrust in government. And then they say, give me power and I will steal power and amass and undermine institutions. So in that earlier stage of the process, we must rebuild citizen trust through participation, accountability, transparency. That's one way in which you can stop it before it gets too late. Peter, on your question, two things. One is, let's not look at these moments, the next Summit for Democracy, as just yet another moment where we have another set of pledges, another set of things, and cohorts. I think we need to do two things. We need to track and see if the pledges translated into country actions, which is what we did after the London Anti-Corruption Summit that I cited, where civil society in 20 OGP countries monitored and ensured that their summit commitments made it to action plans. Secondly, these cohorts, thematic actions we need to track. Let's make these summits as accountability moments, as a spine of action running through. And lastly, Greta, on your point, because we need to continue this, I think citizens really want in certain areas to not just abdicate to the government, but they want to shape budget, they want to shape budget priorities, they want to oversee health and education services, and that's important for them to do. When we see corruption, which is why we have this whole Summit for Democracy day to day, if you simply abdicate your responsibility, you will not be able to fight it. When you look at the political economy of successful corruption fight, it comes from a combination of reformers in government and engaged citizenry. When you combine the two, you have a positive combustion which you need to fight corruption.
Great. Thank you for that, Sanjay. Although I have to say, I think I agree with Greta that sometimes I'm a little tired and I just want my tax-paying role. But thank you all. And I just want to say that what we've heard is a really lively discussion today, but it's really about how we're going to move. As a professor, I have my students form offshore companies. I show them how easy it is. And each year it's fast. But it's getting faster to figure out who a beneficial owner is, right? That there are tools, thanks to all of you, that makes this easier. So there needs to be an equivalence of it's got to be easy to do business and it's got to be easy to find out who is the business. So please join me in thanking this wonderful panel and thank all of you for staying with us. And thank you, of course, to our host, the Republic of Korea, and to Transparency International for this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the audience, I would like to once again thank Professor Ramasastry and all speakers for such lively and extensive discourse on financial transparency and integrity. And with that, we will wrap up session 4, as well as the conference sessions overall. It is our sincere hope that the in-depth discussions held throughout today will go a long way in further reinforcing the global efforts toward anti-corruption, so that we may together be a step closer to our ultimate goal of prosperity of democracy. Thank you very much. Now, our next agenda is the official banquet, which will begin at 7:30 p.m. Please note that only those who have received extensive and explicit invitations may join this banquet, but prior to the banquet, an open reception will be held just outside in the foyer until 7 p.m. It has been a rather long day with extensive sessions, so we do invite you to come and relax and enjoy the refreshments. With that, I will bid you farewell. This has been your MC, 서 미소랑. Thank you and good night. 고맙습니다.